his reaction to the stories that came out about him from some of these women. Take a look.
There's some serious stuff there I want to go through with you, and I think voters have a right to know about it. And I want to start with what Ms. Fifield says about being rough is the term the Times. And I'm going to just read you the account so you have it. This is from the Times. Mr. Plattner could be rough with her, Ms. Fifield said, particularly when they were drinking, leaving her shaken and sometimes afraid. In the interviews, she grappled with how to process her experiences. She was quick to note, he never hit me, never punched me. She said he regularly grabbed her by the shoulders, sometimes hard enough to leave marks. On one occasion, yanked her out of a cab by her wrist after an argument in which she wanted to stay in the car. During one argument, she recalled he twisted her arm behind her back, shoved her into a bedroom, and held the door closed from the other side so she couldn't get out, telling her to remain there until she was calm. Eventually, Ms. Fifield said, she fell asleep and left the next morning. It hurt, she said, but she added, it didn't cause any injury. It didn't break my arm. Did that happen?
No, it did not. There are some allegations in this piece that I just want to be kind of unequivocal about are simply not true. Anything alleging physicality, anything alleging that I knew what my tattoo was, these are the statements of someone who's politically motivated. In this piece, there's a lot about my struggling, not being a good boyfriend, certainly self-medicating with alcohol, and I've been very upfront since the beginning of this campaign that was a pretty dark period of my life after I came back from my combat service, and that's what that kind of life looks like. And so there are things in this that I absolutely will take responsibility for and have been speaking about openly for months now. But those serious allegations are just not true.
You did not grab her by the wrist. You did not put your hands on her shoulders. You did not push her into a room that you closed the door on. She's lying about that, is what you're saying.
Yes, that is not true.
Yeah. So you say that, you heard that, right? So this guy is denying the allegations. And Democrats, liberals, leftists have to decide whether or not they believe all women, right? Or are these women just lying? We shouldn't believe them. Because again, if this is a Republican, they'd be telling us we have to believe the women, that their allegations are credible. And apparently, the New York Times, while trying to pretend as if they're doing journalism, right? They watered down some of the allegations against Graham Plattner, okay? Because Lindsay Fifield, who is one of the accused, is exposed in the New York Times, again, for watering down
no, you're not.
I
literally just started.
Main Senate Democrat,
I got to run around and see where I'm at.
The New York Times story published Thursday rounded on the Gray Lady earlier Friday, claiming the paper's reporters, quote, methodically delayed and twisted her account into, quote, a gift to the Plattner campaign.
All right, that's where I'm at, huh? Let me click the light on in here so I can see what's going on.
Interactions with reporters Lisa Learer and Katie Goulet,
I got nothing to mix it with.
A pair of lengthy ex-posts Friday morning saying she had, quote, bucked all advice from my friends and decided to trust
I'm taking a quick smoke break right now.
Trust the New York Times, right? Probably not a great idea, okay? Probably should have went, I don't know, Fox News, right? Newsmax, some other place. But then again, if she would have went there, then they would have said, oh, no, see, this is a right-wing hit.
Holy crap, I got 51 viewers already.
But, you know, we're going to get to some of the leftist responses here. But let's continue. Quote, they connected me to two other of the victims so we wouldn't feel so alone. She wrote, I insisted to each of them that I trusted a New York Times journalist and that they were doing the right thing despite their sadly very accurate sense that something was wrong. Between being interviewed and the publication of the story online Thursday, Fifield claimed the reporters, quote, kept coming back to us saying the editors needed more. I needed to go on the record. Okay, we need more script. I met every benchmark they set, eager to provide more sources, more evidence as needed. Quote, after the story went up, I began to ask them, wait, where are the stories from the other women? Where are their accusations of sexual assault? Why am I the focus? Why are there 11 paragraphs dedicated to detailing my work history? Why does it say nobody could corroborate when I offered them sources that could corroborate? Where were the screenshots they say they used? The editors said it was too much. They explained. In addition to Fifield, the Times story quoted another Plattner ex, Jenny Rekt, as saying without elaborating that he, quote, does not respect women, while a third woman, who was quoted anonymously, said again without elaborating that she was, quote, collateral damage to the world that is his. Fifield, whose account made up the bulk of the story, dated Plattner from approximately 2013 to 2015 and told the Times that the Marine veteran, quote, regularly grabbed her by the shoulders, sometimes hard enough to leave marks, and on one occasion yanked her out of a cab by her wrist after an argument when she wanted to stay in the car.
Oh, crap.
During another incident, she said he twisted her arm behind her neck, shoved her into a bedroom, and held the door closed from the other side so she couldn't get out, telling her to remain there until she was, quote, calm. The Times also failed to include any mention that I did confide in multiple friends through the years that Graham had been abusive long before he was running for office. Those friends confirmed they told the Times, so Fifield wrote. Yeah, so what you have here, again, is the classic kind of, again, believe all women, Me Too story, right? That, again, Democrats have peddled for years. Remember, they peddled this against Brett Kavanaugh, against Trump, and every single time they told us that, hey, you got to believe the allegations. Even if there's no real evidence or proof behind the allegations, it's he said, she said, which is basically what's going on with Graham Plattner. They said, no, you got to believe it, right? And because we got to believe it, hey, Democrats, time for you to be held to the standard that you set, right, to live up to your standards. So, as of right now, the writing's on the wall. The odds of Graham Plattner losing this race are currently skyrocketing. Okay, as you can see here, it went from about 72% on May 1st to all the way as low as 50%, right? 50% just yesterday, okay, right before the story broke. And it's up a little bit more today, but at the same time, it's basically 50-50. And remember, Susan Collins historically underperforms in the polls, right, out in Maine. And all of the polls are within that margin in which she typically underperforms, which means that it is likely that if an election was held today, she would have a good shot of keeping that seat, despite what the polls are saying. So, obviously, Democrats have a choice, right, as you have individuals that are currently trying to decide whether or not they want to get behind this. Some individuals, some Democrats are coming out and they're just flat out unendorsing Graham Plattner.
I was wrong, so I'm rescinding a major endorsement today. Let me tell you why. The New York Times just detailed disturbing allegations regarding Graham Plattner and a pattern of abusive behavior against women. I want to be transparent. I gave Plattner a glowing endorsement when he launched his campaign for Senate because I believed in his vision for an economy that actually serves working Americans.
I didn't know he got drunk and beat the crap out of women.
Is inexcusable. First, it was the Reddit posts excusing sexual abuse. Now it's grotesque physical, emotional, and psychological abuse, along with demonstrably poor judgment. Again and again, information comes to light showing that despite what he says on the campaign trail, Graham Plattner disrespects women. Now you're about to hear a whole lot of people try to minimize this, speculate about ulterior motives, or claim that this is just the behavior of a bad boyfriend. But we have the responsibility to do what is right, even when it is politically inconvenient. Women cannot be an acceptable sacrifice for the next election. Holding each other accountable is what sets us apart from those we claim to organize against. So does this put Democrats in a horrible position? Yes, but that is Graham Plattner's fault, not the women he hurt and not the rest of us that are pushing for him to take accountability. Look, we were having the same conversation about Eric Swalwell 2 months ago. In the moment, the electoral stakes were high, and those of us pushing for accountability were facing rampant criticism. But we know which side was ultimately the right side of history. We have the opportunity to show up differently now, and I hope we do.
I don't care if you committed a crime, then charge him, and then throw his ass in jail. None of that. We got a fucked up guy who he could be 100 times more fucked up than he is. He'd never be as fucked up as what we got in Washington now anyway. And I just saw this tut and ooh, and we got to do this and we got to be fair. You know, James, if a Republican did what Graham Plattner did, you would be outraged. Yeah, I would. But what I'm more outraged about, and what I have to consider first, is this country is about to lose it. The whole goddamn thing. Abraham Lincoln suspended habeas corpus. Why? Because he had to win a goddamn war. Okay, we got to win this. And if we got a person who's understandably got issues, yeah, good. And maybe people ought to see it. And maybe we ought to just be reminded of what these stupid wars have brought about and the consequence of said stupid wars. That stupid Susan Collins been for all of her political life. So I ask all of you to consider the candidacy of Graham Plattner. I ask all of you to understand his flaws and understand the peril that this nation is in. And maybe he might be the right guy at the right time, for all I know. Thank you.
Yeah, so you've seen that, you heard that. Now, you can imagine that the code here from the left is glorious, right? I'm going to get into some of the meltdowns. First, BS now, okay? Of course, they're going to do the, well, what about Trump thing.
You know, that point you just made, Claire, Tim, you know, we live in the Donald Trump era, right? So everything is sort of, in some ways, been transformed. I mean, I was saying to someone the other day that if the article that came out today said a woman is accusing Graham Plattner of raping her in a dressing room, like, that would be it. It would be over, right? Like, the thing that E. Jean Carroll said about Donald Trump that, you know, it was then essentially sustained by civil juries under a preponderance evidence standard, like, that would be it in this context.
Yeah, a very low civil standard. There is no real evidence of that happening at all. That is literally he said, she said type of deal. So, yeah, I'm not sure if that, you know, example is the best example. But regardless, if he wants to go that route, liberals said that we had to believe her, right? Because she's a woman, right? We got to believe all women. So we have to believe these allegations against Trump. Then we have to believe the allegations against Graham Plattner. And those allegations may not, quote unquote, be as bad right now, right? But they seem to be getting worse. I think that the whole Nazi tattoo thing and being a communist is disqualifying, to be honest with you. But the unfortunate reality is that we don't live in a world where the actual disqualifying characteristics are what gets you disqualified, right? It's the other stuff associated with identity politics, the Me Too movement, again, cultural Marxism. Yeah, that is the disqualifying stuff. But he really should have been disqualified based on the fact that he's a communist, right? That's the biggest thing.
And that's also not to say, like, like a what about response, because the other thing I tell myself is the moral ruin of the Republican Party has been its inability to do any line drawing. And so that also can't be the kind of model for how Democrats deal with whatever era we live in now, with whatever rules there are.
Yeah. We don't want to copy them. I mean, I left the Republican Party for a reason. It's nice to have some standards. But I don't think, obviously, that Graham Plattner is Donald Trump for a million reasons.
To be very clear, yes.
I think it's worse. Yeah. Again, he has a Nazi tattoo, right? Trump does not have a Nazi tattoo. I know they think that Trump is a Nazi, but Trump doesn't have any real Nazi affiliations or anything like that. Graham Plattner has a Nazi tattoo. I mean, come on. And again, he's a communist, which definitely makes him worse than Trump.
Aaron McCaskill laid out, you know, the fact that he's apologized for what he did and he's trying to become a better man. I don't think I've ever heard Donald Trump say what Graham Plattner just said in that interview, that he's trying to become a better man every day. I don't think he is. I think he's doing the opposite. You know, so look, I think that in addition to what Claire said, I'd just add a couple things. One is he's obviously resonated in Maine with people of Maine, and it's been his political message that's resonating, and he's a very talented politician. And if we're going to be part of a big pro-democracy movement from former Republicans to quasi-socialists with Claire McCaskill in the middle, like, you got to respect democracy, and that's kind of what democracy.
This is not quasi-socialist. He's a communist, right? This is not a quasi-socialist. Like, these people are pretending that we're in bed with people who aren't really socialists, and that's just not. That's not the case. These people are communists. They're communists. So yeah, I mean, if you're gonna be in bed with all these people, you're gonna have this big tent of radical lunatics. Yeah, you're gonna deal with this. And again, that's part of the reason why this is happening, is because you have an element, a portion of that base, right, that do care about these issues, right? They don't tolerate any type of abuse or disrespect, perceived abuse or disrespect of women. That's something that Democrats decided to get in bed with when they could conveniently use it against Republicans, right? Against conservatives. Then it's being used against them. Now all of a sudden they're having a conversation about, well, see, should we live up to our own standards? What should we do, right? It's up to the voters. And it's like, well, again, you started this. If you're so upset about this coming out, right, having to deal with this, again, just remember, when you went out to Brett Kavanaugh for he said, she said, allegation. You remember that? You made a whole big thing about it. Protest the street, trying to invade the Supreme Court. Yeah. This is all of that coming back to bite Democrats in the butt.
Like, all of these Fox News guys are like, I can't believe this is what Graham Plattner was doing. How dare he do such horrible things? It's like, dog, Pete Hegseth, the current Secretary of War, was your co-worker. okay? Pete Hegseth was literally your coworker and was a notorious drunk rapist. Like, if you want to talk about
notorious drunk rapists. Again, these people, they're just getting into, again, defamation. They don't care. They just say whatever, right? They say whatever. They don't care how much they defame people. They lie, right? They just say whatever in order to justify the unjustifiable. It's hilarious to me, to be honest with you.
Nazi tattoos. Graham Plattner's totem cough didn't get dinged by the military, which again is more of a diss on the military, if we're being honest. But you know whose tattoo did get dinged? Pete Hegseth's Nazi tattoo. That's right.
It's not a Nazi tattoo. It's a Christian tattoo. Again, these people just lie.
Yeah, they just
lie.
make shit up, man.
It's hilarious. It's so funny to me.
Pete Hegseth's Nazi tattoo.
They never have evidence.
He couldn't serve as a part of the National Guard during the Biden inauguration.
They never have evidence. I mean,
what are you guys talking about? He wrote a whole book about it. And unlike Pete Hegseth, Graham Plattner covered his
Graham
Nazi
Plattner has photographs of him with the Nazi tattoo. The fucking, what is the Toganov? The Nazi death head on his chest. The pictures of Pete Hegseth's tattoo is a Christian symbol. You can research it. It's a fucking, it's a Crusader symbol, but it's still a Christian symbol.
Not living in reality, right? Like they're not living in reality. Like, he's upset that, again, all you have to do is live up to the standards that you set. You're upset that you have to actually live up to your standards that you set for everybody else. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. They can't stand it. Again, this is what I'm trying to. Democrats cannot stand an even playing field. They can't stand. That's what they hate the most, right? And that's what they're crying about right now. They're crying because the playing field has been even by the fact that they decided to get in bed with the same movement that is now going after Graham Plattner, right?
You never look at Republicans. They can do whatever the fuck they want. They can literally murder, cheat, steal, rape, do whatever the fuck they want. And everyone's like, well, just because they're doing it doesn't mean, you know, our guys should do it. It's like, well, our guys are not doing that, okay? If our guys were doing that, then yeah, that would be a problem. But they're not even doing that, and you're making that equivalence as though they are by guys who are literally either A, doing the things that they're claiming Graham Plattner is doing, or defending the things that they claim Graham Plattner's doing.
Amazing, right? So we got another crash out here from Kyle Kuchlinski, right? Who at this point, you know, I'm almost convinced that Graham Plattner cracked Crystal Ball, his wife, with his token cough, right? There should be a betting market on that, right? There should be a betting market on whether or not Graham Plattner has cracked Crystal Ball with his token cough, right? Because from the way that Kyle Kuchlinski is currently crashing out right now, it kind of sounds like it, right? It definitely kind of sounds like it.
The good news is everybody sees through this. Everybody knows exactly what this is. Honestly, the Republicans are going to Republican. That's what they're going to do. Like, the Republicans are going to try to find the worst parts of this and run with it as if it's not made up by a literal GOP operative, right? That's what they're going to do. But if you're a so-called liberal and you are feeding into the smear campaign, let me be clear, you are a fucking traitor and you don't give a shit about taking down MAGA. You understand that? You are a useful idiot for the fascist, war criminal, pedophile, rapist that is Donald Trump. Do you understand that? So if you fancy yourself a liberal and you're harping away on Graham Plattner based off this bullshit smear story, you are an idiot, you're a moron, you're useless, you're a tool for the right, and perhaps you're too stupid to realize it, or maybe you do realize it, and low-key you would prefer Susan Collins wins over an actual leftist. Okay?
Yeah, that makes sense, right? If you're an actual liberal, then you should prefer Susan Collins, because Susan Collins should be much closer to your ideology and your worldview than a communist, right? So, again, the quiet part out loud here, which is that these leftists truly believe that if you don't support an actual leftist, then basically you're MAGA, right? You're MAGA. You're conservative. You're a Republican. There's no room for being in between, right? There's no room for being in moderate, right, or center left in the world of these guys, right? You have to get on board with everything that the left puts out. You got to get on board with communism, or else you're in bed with MAGA. You're just as bad as MAGA, according to leftists, right? How they view the world. Amazing, absolutely amazing. This is hilarious.
Because here's the reality. In this moment, I am more than willing, if the time comes and need be, me to support a liberal or a centrist to defeat MAGA and the fascist right, I will do it. In this moment, It's step number one is get these psycho motherfuckers out of power.
Well, yeah, but here's the thing: you're in the minority, right? As a leftist within the Democrat side of the aisle, right? Or on the left in general, right? If you're a leftist, you're in the minority. You're outside of the kind of establishment. So yeah, if you want to move the country further to the left, you don't have a choice but to support the centrist Democrat, right? Otherwise, it's either that or the Republican. So it makes sense. But what doesn't make sense is somebody who calls himself a centrist or center-left to support a flat-out communist, right, over a senator that is a moderate, right? And again, some would even argue maybe even liberal, right? So, again, this guy, I don't think he actually understands how the political spectrum works. It doesn't make sense for a centrist, even if you are a Democrat or a liberal, to get in bed with communists. It does not make sense, right? Like at some point you have to say, okay, you're too far left, right? You're so far left that I agree more with the right, right? That's kind of how that should work.
However that happens, it happens. If it's not one of my preferred candidates, it is what it is, right? But what you see here is the liberals aren't returning the favor, right? That's why when Zoran Mamdani became the obvious choice in New York City, Democratic leadership was nowhere to be found. Because when they say vote blue no matter who, they don't fucking mean it. They never did. They never meant actual vote blue no matter who. They mean, I'm going to bark that at you if you're on the left and a centrist candidate gets through. I'm going to yell it at you to fall in line and support the centrist. But when the leftist beats the centrist, I'm no longer vote blue no matter who. And a lot of these so-called liberals online, they're actually pro-Collins, even though they pretend not to be. So spare me with their fucking concern trolling. That's the thing to do. They concern troll about, ooh, I'm scared. He's not going to win. It's working. The smears are working. Look, he went down in the polls a little bit, even though he's still leading by 4. Oh, I'm worried about this. If you were actually worried about this and you were on the team, you would try to combat the right-wing smears, as opposed to just concern trolling and effectively helping the right. Okay? Because low-key, a lot of them do want Collins to win.
Yeah, I mean, she aligns closer with what their ideology claims to be, right? This is a moment where Democrats can show, hey, we're not really leftists, right? We're not communists. We're not on board with these socialists. We're not on board with all that. We really are actually just center-left. We're more moderate. This is their opportunity to prove it, because they've told us time and time again that they don't have a problem with normal Republicans, right? Pre-Trump Republicans. They just got a problem with Trump and MAGA and Republicans like Mitt Romney and Liz Cheney and Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski and Adam Kinzinger and Dick Cheney and John McCain and Mike Pence. They're the good Republicans, right? We like them, right? This is what they claim, okay? They just got a problem with MAGA. Now is the time for them to prove that, right? Now is the time for them to prove, okay, your choice, communist or a moderate Republican. That's also, not pro-Trump. What you got, right? What you gonna do, Democrats? Where do you actually stand? Where do you stand? Are you radically left? Or are you actually, still within the realm of common sense and decency? We're going to figure that out. But as of right now, again, Cal Kalinske, Hassan Piker, others on the left, they're losing their minds over Graham Plattner. His campaign is imploding. I don't think this is the worst. I think that there's more to come. And yeah, it's only going to get worse for this guy. I think at this point, he doesn't have a choice but to really stay in the race. And I'm going to tell you the reason why. Either way, it's damn if you do, damn if you don't. Because if he stays in the race and the scandals get worse, then that helps Susan Collins, right? It increases her chances of winning. But if he drops out, then all the leftists get pissed off and they don't support whoever the candidate is going into the general election. Whoever the Democrats put up, they're going to say, oh, this is a coup candidate. This is the Democrats waging a coup against the left. They're going to lose the far left support that they got for Graham Plattner. So it's really damn if you do, damn if you don't at this point for Democrats. And the key to the Senate for the Democrats goes through Maine, right? If they don't pick up Maine, if they don't flip Maine, Blue Wave is canceled, right? I mean, let's be real. If they don't pick up Maine, Blue Wave is canceled. So, let me know what you guys think. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Most importantly, share a Black conservative perspective. Peace.
Oh, shit.
SO389 dispatch. I've located the body. The scene's about 50 yards on a trail.
This lone cop just discovered a dead body in the middle of the woods.
What is that? Sounds like it's heading this way. I see some knife up top of the body, carving the blood of the place. 10-4, signal 7. Please send another unit to my location.
What he doesn't know yet is that the lifeless man in front of him has been tortured for hours by the twisted man hiding in this very forest.
Whoever did that, that's fresh. A little eyeball right here? Nah, that's some creepy shit right here. Smell this right here. You don't smell gas right here? Yeah. Are they gonna torch him? I'm not sure what it is, but I've got movement east of my location in the woods. There's something moving around back this way.
He carries 3 or 4 knives on him. He thinks he's random. You're what? I'm just like a god.
It's December 23rd, 2022, and Officer Azure has just received a 911 call from a distraught man reporting that he's found his best friend's lifeless body in the middle of the Lake Jackson forest. Officer Azure, along with a group of first responders, quickly arrive at the scene.
Well, that's sketchy as fuck, man. I mean, okay, you find a dead body, but it's somebody you know in the middle of nowhere. That's fucking, yeah, I ain't buying it, man. Ain't buying it.
Considering the serious circumstances, Officer Azure decides to follow Robert into the forest, despite being alone.
389, I'm 10-12 with him. Just give me a minute.
You follow the psychopath into the forest. Oh my god, a police officer with no survival instincts.
We're gonna go back that way, about 50 yards. Okay. My watching is good. Yeah. Knife is laying on the ground. There's no blood on it. Did you touch the knife? I did pick up the knife. Okay. Well, we're gonna need to get fingerprints from you, okay? No problem. I walked by the top, and you couldn't see James. Okay. And then Alan walked by the truck and goes, "What's that?" And he picked the truck up with a sticky gun in his hand, and James was laying there face down, and I got the knife and we left. Okay. All right. So we're gonna need to get a very detailed statement from you, okay? Just because. I understand. Well, the thing is, I'm not accusing you of anything, but you have to be ruled out. You see what I'm saying? 100%.
At this point, the officer can't yet confirm Robert's story, but with a dead body reported, he has no choice but to push deeper into the woods. However, alone with a suspicious man he's just met and a killer who could be lurking nearby, the officer knows he must proceed with extreme caution.
You just hang on down right here for me, okay? Let me get up there and take a look. Which one? Right here for me. Oh, shit. Okay. And then you please put in that back stand. All right. Where's the knife? The knife's on the left-hand side of him. Okay. He's got a white belt. Okay. Just hang out there for me, okay?
Jamie was telling the truth. Wrapped inside the tarp is the body of James Leidendecker. He's lying naked in a pool of his own blood, covered in cuts and scrapes. Realizing the severity of the situation, Officer Azure immediately instructs Jamie to head back while he investigates further. That's when Officer Azure begins to hear some unsettling noises.
I'm not sure if it's a person or I'm not sure what it is, but I've got movement east of my location in the woods. Sounds like it's heading this way. Hey, LT.
Fortunately for Officer Azure, backup arrived just in time, providing some relief from whatever might have been lurking in the forest.
I mean, there's nothing for y'all to check. He's cold to the touch. All right, we've got
Knife right here, body here, tents, whole camp spread up back here. We've also got one outstanding. There's 2 people who live in this camp.
And one's not here?
And one's outstanding at the moment.
Did you find the knife?
Yeah.
I got a knife right here.
No blood on it, huh?
Well, there's something right there. But, hey, do you still got those 2 guys 10-12 up front?
Yeah, they're standing there waiting for us.
Good, because one that led me back touched the knife. So we need to get his prints and the statement off him. The other one touched the tarp. They found out what was going on and they took off. I've checked the camp and he's the only one back here.
I got the name of the person that he was arguing with at 5 or 6 o'clock.
Yeah, so, and I've got what looks like maybe his clothes right over there. So he's naked and there's some clothes right there on the fire.
As medical staff arrives and examines the body more closely, they observe a brutal manner of death, blunt force trauma to the head, strangulation, and something even more disturbing, gasoline, found in James's lungs and stomach. Detectives are left with a burning question. Why would a victim have gasoline inside him? However, this would be only one of the many disturbing details officers uncover at the scene.
Hey, Seth, take a look at this for me. What is that? Is that just soot weared off on that, or? I mean, it looks awful shiny.
Where he has been stabbed, just from what I can see. But he is butt naked, face down on the tarp with his upper torso covered, so definitely not. And definitely somebody put him here. So this looks like if he was stabbed in the neck or the face, the blood may be hidden by the tarp. I'm not seeing any obvious blood. Apparently the witness picked up the knife, and the knife has like a rope string around it. There's blood on it. Yeah, the tarp's brown, but there's blood all over the tarp, like blood splatter.
It looks like, I mean, he was moved post-mortem. You can tell by the way he was dressed.
Oh, he's got his fucking leaf in his ass, right? Yeah. That's hollow down below, yeah? Yeah. That's crazy. Almost looks like the carving ocean. Missing the one eye. See that? Fucking nuts. Oh, they had to cut that with a chainsaw, right? And it looks like it.
You just look out.
Yeah.
By now, officers were certain they had a murder on their hands. Injuries to the body, and the presence of gasoline all point to one thing. This wasn't just a killing, but a calculated act where the victim had likely been tortured for hours. With this in mind, officers would return to question Jamie, the man who had originally called 911. And what Jamie reveals would soon lead investigators directly to the killer. But before we continue, it's worth noting that tragedies like these could affect any of us. Take Yvette Torres. She was walking home from work in Philadelphia when a truck struck her without warning. Morgan & Morgan fought for her in court and won her nearly $12 million. If you're seriously hurt, your injury could be worth millions. With over 1,000 attorneys.
Their CEO is coming out and giving his side of the story, but it's mostly coping and lies. We're going to get into it today on The Legal Mind, so we teach you to be your own judge. I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney, and specifically an attorney with almost a decade of experience in corporate law, dealing with corporate situations. And one reason why I'm doing this review for you today is I have been on the other side of the table interpreting these corporate statements, or even working with CEOs to create corporate statements and what you can and can't say and put out there. Now, this is an interview that was done with Fox just today, so let's get right into it.
I go this route instead of, as people say, try to just settle Brian's collection and move on and make everyone forget it. Was that ever an option?
And that's what I said, by the way, from the beginning. I said this is something, if they had any corporate common sense, this is, of course, the CEO, Andy McNeff, If they had any real experience and know-how and actually wanted to deal with this, they would have seen this coming a mile away, the publicity nightmare. As we're going to see here, they really didn't even have to pay the $200K because they're actually saying, hey,
they
now
could have
we've
just given them the stuff back.
come down to a number around 100.
You all right?
So they're saying, okay, 100K. Now that is a lot for an individual, but for a company, come on, just pay that out. The amount you've now had to incur because of this is far beyond that in value. It absolutely.
I think it might destroy their company, if you want me to be honest. Like, having something like this happen, especially whenever it goes like, for example, if it was only like one individual store that was doing this and it wasn't in corporate, then I don't think people would really care and like hold the company accountable. But the fact that the CEO is directly involved, you have the religious angle with it as well, it just looks really, really, really bad.
Was not worth it. And by the way, let's also look at his body language here. He's got the slumped shoulders. He's kind of got that, thousand-eyed stare, having gone through all of this bad PR. I mean, he's absolutely defeated. Tail between his legs right here.
Oh, we've been working to try and work with Mr. Mansell for a good little while. We've asked for documentation as far back as a year ago. But we continue to reach out to try and, get towards a resolution with the Mansell family.
This is all a lie. They're lying.
This matter.
And okay, so let's stop there with documentation. This is a key BS move of corporate. This is how they move the ball here.
Yeah, they're trying to. They sent him some sort of correspondence a year ago. And they're using that correspondence, and it's being reframed as if that correspondence declares intent that they want to give the stuff away. That's what I'm guessing.
Say, oh, we didn't have documentation. Well, that's not true. You even see in Reckless Ben's documentary that they had it itemized out. They, in fact, had a lot itemized out. What they probably wanted was very specific documentation. They say, okay, we want to see the actual boxes. We want to see pictures. We want to see the serial numbers. And this is a way that companies try to shift the blame. That doesn't mean there wasn't an inventory. That just means it wasn't what they wanted. And a lot of times companies will ask for extreme levels of documentation just because they know it's going to be a problem for you to produce that. They know you can't produce that.
The process is the punishment.
Especially if it's not in your possession. So that is a corporate weasel word situation right out of the gate, already starting off deceptively. Before we go any further,
this is exactly something that this is also why big companies will sometimes lobby for more regulation. It's to make markets harder to get into. Like, basically, they are leveraging their position as having more resources in order to make decisions and to act on those decisions to take advantage of other people.
I'm a lawyer, so obviously I like money. And if you guys are looking for some extra cash and you want a way to make cash that's completely legit, you guys should check out Free Cash. It's a registered German company. This is not a scam. And let me break down exactly how this works so you understand. So this involves games and surveys, and it works with these games, for example, to help them find new users. The apps and the games are willing to pay for those new users because a lot of the users end up actually liking the game and investing.
There's no way they're getting their money back, right? There's no way.
Lot of time in that game and even paying for things
it's a new
on
market.
those games.
Like,
Free Cash helps out by putting some of the money that they make back in your pocket. So you're getting back what you're getting from those games. It's simple. If you already like playing app games on your phone, you already like doing surveys, you have no problem with that, you might as well sign up and try it, as you can make a completely free account with just an email and a password. It's not a way to get rich quickly. This isn't a way to make a bunch of money. It's just a way to make a little bit back and to get a little bit of actually free cash. Once again, it's completely free to try. You can scan the QR code that has come up right here, and you can click the link in the description as well as in the pinned comments. Check it out and make some free cash with freecash.com.
You and Mr. Mansell ever talk directly one-on-one?
Not as of yet. I have sent direct messages to the Mansell family and to Mr. Mansell specifically, seeking to have a sit-down meet at the table and go over all the documentation that we have and to be able to
the last week.
Talk through. And from our side of things, if there, have been any missteps through the transition of the store, We want to make things right. We want to do what's right by the customer.
I don't believe that for the second. I think they want to do what now is on them because of bad.
They're trying to get out from under this.
I think this
Exactly,
is
yeah.
at this point not something because they want to do what's right for the customer. If they wanted to do
I'm still building this empire. The whole I want to be able to incorporate drying racks. I want all my product to have a gold star. That's what I'm trying to do in this game.
Like, I mean,
At this
that's
point,
really it.
they should not be trying to nickel and dime him. They should just be paying it out and getting this done with.
But all we asked for was documentation, and every time we asked for that up to this point, we seem to kind of then lose the connection.
And that's intentional on their part.
So you've offered Brian the inventory of sets that was in the store.
Yeah, whatever was left over, we've offered that on multiple occasions.
They're obviously just trying to throw the kitchen sink at him to try to get him to just stop the pressure.
I've
And
never
honestly,
played
I
RuneScape.
think that's a bigger reason to keep the pressure up, because it shows that they're obviously really hurting from this.
And then, like if there was anything that had been done that was untoward by the previous franchisee, if that individual had sold more than they let on and did not pay Mr. Mansell, we've offered to compensate him for the loss of the compensation that should have been given to him. So we've tried to make multiple offers, and hopefully we'll be able to get them to the table so we can discuss it.
Now, this is trying to shift the burden here. I don't think they actually made good faith offers before this. I do not think that they came through and said that. They're trying to sound very reasonable. They're trying to make it sound...
They're saying that, like, we did this before, but before could mean 3 weeks ago or 1 week ago, not 3 months ago or 1 year ago, whenever this problem started. So they're trying to.
So that's like a super old school game, huh?
About when it happened.
Sound like Mansell's being unreasonable, but at this
is
point,
it on Steam?
There's no way, I believe, that they made a.
Well, it's actually really simple, right? I mean, all they would have to do is just present the email or the the chain that obviously would be preserved because it would be correspondence the company made with somebody, especially with this amount of money. They would have this on file. So if this was actually true, they could just simply present this evidence. They're not doing that because it doesn't exist. Because it was recently manufactured so they could reframe it as if this was their plan all along.
You'll offer here to actually pay him out what he's owed in return what is owed to him. I don't think that's legitimate. I think they're now saying that. I think that's the position they now have to take because publicity is totally against them.
Exactly.
This is all over the internet, but I don't think this is a position that they had before this.
As far as offering Brian the
It was obvious that they were trying to take advantage of it and basically just like drag this guy, bleed this guy out in court, and then keep his stuff. I'll grab that. Give me a second. Okay. I'm back. Relax. Excuse me. 430K raise in the GoFundMe. Good.
inventory. Have you gone through the store, figured out what was part of his collection, taken inventory, and shown him that inventory to offer that?
So again, as this
dude, just cut the guy $250,000 check so he goes away, man. That's the smartest thing you could do right now.
Position is coming from. I think they're definitely panicked, and they're definitely
on the ropes.
Situation unfolded, and as additional investigations have continued to evolve, so we could find out.
He's using passive language to downplay it.
Where there was a miscommunication.
I remember I used to play a game.
Findings and discovery of.
It was actually made by TSR. That's how old it is.
But we don't have any indication otherwise.
Stronghold, it was called.
Determine some other indicators.
And you had to pick a race of like a D&D race. And you had to build a town and an army, and you had to conquer lands.
And the initial offer was rejected.
I'd like to be able to find a. It's got to be shareware somewhere. I'd like to find a copy of that.
It's crazy how dishonest these people are. What if your initial offer was $1? Well, then I would have rejected that too. but you're framing it in an ambiguous and vague way that makes this passive language seem like it's uncertain of what's going on. Like it's like $10,000. Yeah, it's crazy how manipulative these people are with language, and how many people, this is the big problem with education, and the fact that a lot of people don't understand English very well, is that they don't understand these tricks and these manipulations. It's so obvious that he's doing this. It is. It's so obvious. And anybody who's been involved with any bullshit like this knows that.
We found additional documentation that shows where there were separate sets of books and spreadsheets being kept between, or from the former franchisee. And so as those things have come to light, we've tried to share those with Mr. Mansell in hopes that he can see, that we were not attempting in any way, shape, or form to withhold anything that we could verify, and that we do want to help him recover as much of the collection. Now, the initial number...
There's a new one? Oh. I've seen clips of it before. I mean, I'm aware of the game.
In the spirit of the truth. So
I just never played it.
They want to do that now, and they have done this now. But prior to the video and the controversy, I do not think this is what they were trying to do. And I think that to the extent that it was what they were attempting to try to do, or appearing to try to do, they only simply did that to basically get this guy to lay off.
Was promotional, but the actual factual information shows that the value of the more realistic value of the collection was closer to about $100,000, which is what the documentation that we've been able to determine that both parties to that consignment agreement kind of had an understanding between.
Okay, let's stop there for a second. First of all, he uses a lot of corporate weasel words, or like indicators. Corporate people love their indicators. Oh, the indicators and this and that. He threw documentation in there as well. But then he goes and tries to make this whole point about the number. Okay, it's really 100,000, not 200,000. Okay, listen. Reckless Ben is a YouTuber, and I'm going to tell you something as a fellow YouTuber out there. And also, if you just look at the news is always going to use the biggest possible number. When I cover a case that, let's say, involves a criminal act, right? That
you're going to look at the ceiling
can
of
have,
the settlement.
let's say, a punishment between 5 and 10 years. So it is not deceptive to put that this could be up to 10 years, even if that person ends up getting sentenced for 5 or maybe getting probation, right? It's not deceptive, but that's the way the news is. The news puffs things up. We on YouTube puff things up too. That's how things go. But at this point, they're honestly, for the company, on a corporate basis, there is not a big difference between 200K and 100K in terms of how much damage you've taken from PR, bad press, etc. Right? This is a situation where you shouldn't be crying and whining and trying to point out and nickel and dime. Also, with valuation of items, we know that things can swing wildly. I used to play Magic the Gathering back in the...
He's right about this, is that people, they could also be using and framing the valuations off of a lower valuation, right? For example, a more damaged set, or a lower tier set, or using a different website that had different pricing. There are like multiple ways that you could do that.
Today, and we all know that cards can have a mint value and they can have a used value. So trying to argue,
like PGA 10 versus a used like card, right? Like a Black Lotus, PGA 10, which is like PGA is like the card grading service, is like worth however many like hundreds of thousands of dollars, right? But like just an average Black Lotus that was from the exact same set that's been played with a PSA 10, PSA, not PGA. That's fucking golf. PSA 10. And so PSA 10, but like if you just have one that's like a regular card, that might only be worth, like less than $100,000. And so like you can look at what their indicators are and then reframe the conversation around that. You see what I'm saying?
That is really splitting hairs. I think it's unnecessary pettiness that they're trying to inject here, and I don't think it's appropriate.
Should be Monday. Yeah, cool.
That was the actual real value.
So you dipped a bit into this new statement, and this concerns
let me fill up on
the
this
owner of the franchise,
in case he needs weed.
On the Kaiser branch. So tell me a little bit about...
Hey, wake up, Ben.
So
rise and shine. Early bird and all that.
Operates on the buy-sell trade model for Lego. We love Lego and everything that it stands for. And so but we know that consignment agreements can be very difficult, and so we make sure that in our operations manual, through all of our training, we train all franchisees that...
He's reframing it to where he's placing blame on the franchisees by looking at the third-party training in order to assign the blame to the franchisees through the implication that the franchisees didn't have the training. That's what he's trying to do.
Consignment is not part of our model. It's written into the operations manual. It's trained on. It's very explicit. However, unfortunately, we had a franchisee go rogue and enter into a consignment agreement without our knowledge or authorization.
And this is where they're trying to move the buck. This is where they're trying to push it onto the franchise owner and say, well, we didn't authorize it, and therefore it's not good. Well, that doesn't mean you don't have a duty to now resolve the issue that...
It's
I think I can afford the bungalow.
Because this person stole something. Like, for example, like if an employee of your company steals like $10,000 from a bank, and then they put the $10,000 from the bank in your store, you can't say, well, the police can't come in here and can't get the $10,000 because we didn't tell him to do that. You would still have to return the stuff. Like, I mean, obviously, like, I mean, it's crazy that you could even use this argument. Because, like, if you applied this in any other scenario, you would realize how stupid it is.
This franchisee got into, right? The third party, the Mancells, aren't aware of the agreements between corporate and franchise. That's very, very common. And if they entered into this situation, well, then you need to go in here and rectify that, right? You need to go in there and act. Because a person who's entering into an agreement with a franchise owner...
Because also, if you weren't doing that, and now you have this stuff that you don't own, what are you going to do? I mean, you're going to throw it away? You're not going to throw it away because it's valuable. So you're going to sell it. Okay, so then you're selling something you don't own. Okay, that's a problem. I mean, it's so obvious. Like, nobody in good faith would ever make this argument.
Assume the franchise owner is acting in good faith, right?
Yeah,
most parties assume and say, okay, well, I assume you're acting in good faith. I assume you reviewed everything on your side of this deal. They have no way to know. The Mancells had no way to know what bricks and minifigs may or may not have in their contract with the franchise. And by the way, we don't even know if this is true or not. I haven't seen the full franchise contract between bricks and minifigs and the franchisee. I would love to see that franchise agreement, the full thing, the signed, executed copy, you know, all of that. That would be great to actually see that, whether or not they're lying on this one.
Big B fucking haggle with you. I'm making some explosive weed and giving it to him.
And it's not,
it wouldn't even matter. Even if everything
I got a death wish now.
Because you're still holding property that you, by your own definition, do not own. You're saying, I don't own this property. So, like, if you don't own the property, then why don't you give it back? You're not doing that.
Going to work. You have to take responsibility.
And then it appears that may not have been honored with the person that she had entered into that consignment agreement with. And then through other circumstances, we ended up retaking over that store. And in the shuffle, there appears to have been just some confusion as to why.
Confusion? The guy literally said that he knew about it.
And where, you know, like some of this came about. And as we tried to figure that out, we started uncovering more documents, more information. And
here we go, guys. Documents. It's always documents, right? But this is what you have to really pay attention. You know, they're trying to pretend like they did all this work and discovered it. But we know that they had an instinctive reaction just to bury this. They had an instinctive reaction to trust people that were being dishonest, to not believe the Mancells, right? We know that's exactly...
And it's also, like, I don't think it's that simple. Because, you know, what I've said before is that when personal interest and coincidence converge, it's almost never a coincidence. So how convenient for them that they happen to end up on the side of this that gives them a plus $200,000. Like, the moment that I hear that, I'm like, oh yeah, okay, you know what you're doing.
What happened? They weren't deeply searching their documentation at first. They were stonewalled.
It seems like bullshit.
That was
exactly.
And what we found was that there were 3 separate sets of records that were being kept that shows that Mr. Mansell was significantly underpaid by that former franchisee, and so we've been trying to make sure.
So they've confirmed it. They've essentially come out and confirmed that he was not paid what he should have been paid.
Exactly.
Thank you. It took so long for them to come out and frankly say, and look how even in this statement, he's so cowardly as to bury this deeper within the interview, right? To say he should have been paid this, he wasn't paid this. Come out up front and admit it. Come out words that he was not paid, he should have been paid, this should have been made right. We're very sorry, right? But they're still trying to maintain this side of it, which I think is very disingenuous. I think that should have been something they should come out and make that apology to the Mancells, and also the acknowledgement that they are indeed owed something that's front-loaded in the statement at this point to recover their PR. This is not doing a great job.
I don't think that,
recovering.
like, personally, I don't think you can ever trust these people again. Like, I always look at apologies and capitulation from the perspective of power. If a person is apologizing and capitulating to you because they have a gun to their head, you shouldn't look at that and say that, wow, I guess they really learned their lesson. No, you should look at that and think to yourself, they're telling me what I want to hear, so I will take the gun away from them. Or I won't point the gun at them anymore. And nobody, by the way, should be pointing a gun anywhere, doing any of that, right? Any of this vigilante shit is stupid. All that being said, though, that's what it is. When people are in a weak position, they will appeal to your sympathies. It's very important to never get into that, because it's a form of manipulation that bad people do in order to continue not facing accountability for their bad behaviors. Never, ever, ever accept an apology from a person who has to apologize.
Their public image.
Sure that we can properly do like a forensic accounting and make sure everything is being looked at properly, so that we can work together to get that family resolution.
And we, for our part, will reach out to those parties as well. You mentioned a couple terms I want to get.
Well, the news is obviously reaching out for a different reason than for conflict resolution, right? I like how the news is just a little side comment.
We're trying to make things better.
Tries to say, oh, we're here to help. No, you're there for the drama too, guys. The news people are no better than the YouTubers. They like to think they are.
True.
Into that the franchisee agreement was not honored. Does that mean you're saying Mr. Mancell was underpaid by the franchisee?
From what we can tell, yes.
See how the news had to push him to even give a clear answer there. He dodged that. He tried to be, once again, he tried a little weasel jerk there. It didn't really work, so they had to call him out to be very clear. No, this person was wrong. You're saying that, right? That's almost like a lawyer with a deposition, right? But he was trying to avoid that. They've been trying to avoid that up until today. This is why this is such a game changer, and it's why it's so important. And also, if you guys haven't liked this video and subscribed, make sure you're subscribed and like the video. It helps out in the algorithm.
The documentation that we've been able to pull out from a couple of different sources indicates that more sets were sold than were reported to him, and from that unauthorized consignment agreement, but that.
So that actually gets Ben.
What would a business do? Like, if you knew that you had a bunch of inventory on hand that you didn't own accidentally based off of a bullshit consignment based off of a previous franchisee, if you're a CEO, what would you do? This is what I would do. I would immediately go through all of the paperwork and then separate all of the things that were inside of that paperwork outside of my base inventory, so I had a better idea how to restock the store. Any logical person would do that. Any person operating in good faith with their best interest of trying to return the merchandise would immediately do that, because it's just common sense. Obviously, you would do that.
Of a lot of trouble here, because Ben,
how could you make plans for your inventory if you had all this extra stuff in there?
Theft. Is that
Think about it.
Or not? Well, there you go. If, as they're saying, as he's saying right now, more sets were sold than were reported back, that's theft right there. They're essentially, that's conversion, right? They're taking something, and it's also breach of contract and unjust enrichment, right? In terms of civil claims, right? So definitely unjust enrichment, breach of contract. but colloquially, the way that most normal people would talk about that, they could say, yeah, they're essentially stealing from him because they owe him this money. They were not paying for it. They were selling things and either not paying him or not giving him what he was owed. That is wrong. It is absolutely wrong, morally and legally.
The overall payments to him did not match what had been sold through the store under the previous franchisee.
Boom. I go this way. Boom, you got it right there. Now, one last thing I want to bring up in this, because he does bring this up at the end after this concludes, is he does bring up the concept of suing Ben. And he does say that they are looking at potentially suing Ben also.
Oh my God. Good luck.
I do believe they may be still working with law enforcement. And I will say this, and this is something that I will comment on to CEO Eamon McNeff of all of Bricks and Minifigs. It would not be smart to sue him. I think that would be absolutely stupid to do that. People on the internet will cover it. It will not look good. I will certainly cover it, and that will not look good for you guys. People will be absolutely dragging you on this for going after this guy hardcore and going after him with federal charges. I think going after him.
Well, especially the thing is also, this is what's really important about this, is that there's already literal video evidence of the CEO and the former franchise owner conspiring with the police on how they can make up and invent charges to basically send Ben to jail. So really, I mean, I don't think that there should never be any level of surrender or anything. I'm surprised they haven't backed down after this amount of negative exposure and feedback. These motherfuckers are famous now. They already sued him now, so it's too late. Yeah. Not from the U.S., but can Ben sue the police? Probably. I don't know. I hope the CEO does it so he can dig his own grave. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that there's any way he comes out of this.
Calling up the feds.
There's no
hopefully
way
not trying to use any of your Mormon FBI connections for all the Chloes and feds in the chat. I know you're out there, right? Joking with you guys, but there are feds out there. Watch the chat. Seriously though, pressing any federal card charges, getting the FBI involved, I don't think it's going to be a good look. I don't think it's going to be smart. I don't think it's going to make Bricks and Minifigs look good. I think getting these.
I think that if they start doing that, we should look at potentially trying to pressure Lego into intervening with this, because this store is effectively enabled by Lego. And this is damaging Lego's brand. Lego now is inside and in the middle of a massive controversy that puts their products that they've been making for, decades now, basically on the side of literal liars and scammers. It's a very, very bad look. And I think that if they continue doing that, I think that's the next step. Because, as I said, there's never, again, you can never listen to what these people say and then think to yourself, oh, okay, they understand what they did wrong. If they understood what they did wrong, they wouldn't have done it. Everybody knew not to do this. Everybody knows not to do this. I don't agree with you on that. You don't agree with me? Why? You don't think this negatively affects Lego's brand whenever they have a massive controversy where a bunch of Legos are stolen? How would that not negatively affect Lego's brand? I think it's very obvious. Like it's awful. Like it's literally like their products are being used as a scam, basically, by a company that they're selling to. This is like their direct partner. Like Bricks and Minifigs is probably directly connected to Lego. Counterpoint, it may not make other companies want to carry Lego if they get directly that involved. Yeah, well, I mean, like, again, I think that it would set a precedent. For example, Wizards of the Coast wants to shut down a store because they have the wrong politics. They do that already. They do that already. What are you even talking? You're talking about a precedent. You're trying to establish a precedent with some people that if they would do that, for example, they're going to do that no matter what. This isn't politics. Like, and also, by the way, I think that for you to draw like some distinction between like, some of these gender politics, versus a literal crime of hundreds of thousands of dollars, and the police being involved, felonies being involved. Like, this is a mountain versus a molehill. Like, I mean, you can't even say that. And also, by the way, I'm sure Wizards of the Coast has those agreements with their franchisees and with their distributors. They probably have those. Do you really think that they don't have anything like that? Do you think that, for example, Wizards of the Coast would be okay if somebody was selling Nazi memorabilia next to Magic the Gathering? Of course they wouldn't. We all know this. We know they would shut that down. So why not? Why are we inventing these fake precedent problems when we know that they would act on this regardless of a precedent or not? People worry so much about a precedent that they don't even think about what makes sense. Obviously, people, like, anybody can take anything and interpret it in a bad way that's bad faith.
Settled, getting these things resolved, getting this thing ended is probably for the best for everybody. Trying to go back and destroy Reckless Men, I don't think that's going to profit Bricks and Minifigs at all. I think it'd be very stupid for their PR. So if that's their statement, they're still, I don't think, coming out and apologizing enough. I don't think they're being clear. I don't think they're also saying, yes, this person was wrong. They're clearly waving the white flag, though. I want to know what you guys think in the comments below, and I will catch you on the next one.
Man, that was a good video. Yeah, I agree with pretty much everything Andrew said. And honestly, I would go a lot farther. How far in Bricks and Mortar, first video we looked at today? This is the first one, yeah. I think this is the main update that's happened, right? I never saw that interview, and this is the first time I'm seeing it right now. I'm crazy for not giving a fuck about Lego. Well, again, it's not about the Legos. It's about the money that the Legos are worth. I have no interest. Like, I know nobody really cares about a Lego set. Who cares about a Lego set? But it's about what's happening with the Lego set that's the problem. It doesn't matter whether it's Warhammer figurines, gold bars, or computers. If you have things that are being stolen and then taken from a person who owns them and then resold and then taken away from them, rightfully so, or unrightfully so, their rightful owner taken away from the rightful owner, that's a problem fundamentally, right? It's not about Legos. Like, let's not try to, like, you know, make the argument of triviality about, oh, I don't care about Legos. It's not about Legos. It has nothing to do with Legos. There's blood in the water now. Go for the final strike on Bam and the police. I think you always should. You always should, because you never give people like this, because they're also trying to sue YouTubers. They're trying to shut other people down. They're trying to weaponize the law in every single way that they possibly can so they can avoid accountability from effectively allowing one of their franchisees to basically scam somebody out of hundreds of thousands of dollars. Like, and then also, like, and this is the worst part about it, like, the scam is really bad, but what's even worse than that is the fact that they conspired with the police to manifest fake charges on different people that were trying to hold them accountable for it, and then have them put in jail. Like, do you understand how much a felony and being put in jail for multiple years can just totally ruin your life? That can destroy your life. Not to mention the trauma that it would give you and the process of having it happen. Like, it would totally destroy you. So the fact that they were willing to do that is something that I don't think can be forgiven. I don't think anybody should ever forgive them. That's the way I feel about it. You don't do that. Nobody does that unless they are fucking evil. And never listen to, oh, well, you know, they understand what they did wrong. They get it. No, they don't. They do not get it. They do not understand. That's it. They are simply doing and saying whatever they can possibly do and say. That's it. So apparently McDonald's is, they're getting rid of McDonald's in Chicago.
There'll be lots of McDonald's locations nearby. Check out all those golden
arches. They had that.
One by one, you can see most have disappeared.
Whoa. Golden arches on Clark? Not there.
Wow.
No more Big Macs at this loop location either. 4 McDonald's gone, within a 10-minute walk of each other. What is going on?
I think that would be a question for McDonald's.
Oh, we asked them, but got an appreciate you reaching out reply.
It seems like... Because they don't want to say the reason why they're leaving. The reason why you're leaving is you don't want to have a vendor in a PvP zone. That's the reason why. It's so obvious.
A lot of people
don't want to talk about what's really going on here, but before we get to the real truth of why these places might be shutting down, have you ever been to an inner city McDonald's that made you feel safe and secure?
Interestingly, McDonald's.
Usually, like, so this is what I said before, like, for us, it is Whataburger. And, like, this is, like, I took this girl was from, Canada, and she grew up in China. And I took her to Whataburger, and she wouldn't even sit inside of the lobby. She was standing outside while I ate my food because she was afraid of the potential PvP situations that could occur inside of the lobby from the various NPCs that were there.
Global headquarters is only about a mile.
Yeah, bro, she was not
Why
ready
are
for
they
that.
hightailing it from their hometown? Again, no explanation from corporate.
Yeah, they don't
An
want to say.
outside source told us crime and tensions with the unhoused were a factor for at least one of the
Of
closure.
the unhoused? You mean homeless people? Jesus Christ, bro. Like, these euphemisms are driving me crazy. They really are.
Crime! That's exactly what's taking place at McDonald's in many parts of the country.
What a
but
surprise!
interestingly,
What?
even in New York, where you
What?
see some of this at its most intense, these stores have found a way to stay open because they're near America's busiest train station and they're by Times Square, where people can place mobile orders.
Look at this, bro. Like, why do we live in a world where everything has to be done through, like, when I was growing up, we didn't have to deal with this shit. This is insane. That we got fucking bulletproof glass KFCs. You know, this McDonald's has more security than a Bank of fucking America. Oh my God. COVID barrier? Nobody's wearing a mask. This is not because of COVID, I'll tell you that.
And flee the store as soon as they get their food.
Illinois Restaurant Association had another theory.
I know that since 2020, restaurants have seen an increase of 35% labor costs, 35% purchasing costs, and almost 20% in fixed costs.
That'll do it.
And so they've had a 100% increase cost of the fucking items on the menu, so suck my dick.
Recipe, consumers cutting back on fast food.
Yeah, because
You've noticed the vacancy
it's a waste
signs
of
around,
money.
but they don't scare you.
And sometimes, for sure, you see, you come this way and you're like...
Okay, so this guy here, he's in a super high-end looking
nice
restaurant here.
yeah.
He's not serving fast.
Yeah, he doesn't need to worry about this. Like, because you don't have the, what'd you call them? Fuck. Like Nevrons. I'll just say that. The Nevrons that are coming into this area and causing problems. The zombies, yeah, no, that's it. And no, that's it. Porfo, well, I mean, whatever it is.
Food. Yes, people are cutting back on fast food because it's no longer fast.
So crazy,
It
that's
might
what they
not
are.
actually be food, and the price is way up. But there's another reason why stores are closing, and it's because they're attracting the wrong type of foot traffic, and that tanks these places. They have to shut down.
Yep.
Retailers look for ways to increase.
Like, I didn't even know people were uncomfortable about this. Because, like, growing up, I just thought it was normal that there was a crackhead living at McDonald's. Like, if I went to McDonald's and there wasn't a crackhead there, I would think, oh, there must be a police officer here or something like that's going on, right? Like, I mean, every single McDonald's, like, correct me if I'm wrong, but like every McDonald's, you have the lobby, right? And inside of the lobby, there's an area where the cashier's desk is not within line of sight of the rest of the lobby. And inside of that out of LOS area, there's a homeless person that has a complete computer setup there with like probably a George Foreman grill, and it looks like they've been living there for 3 days. And that way, the manager doesn't see them, right? And they've got their backpack there, they've got their clothes out, everybody, like they're camping there, right? They live there now. And so these three, exactly. And so like, I have people come, like, you know, when that girl did that, I was like, wait, what? No, he just lives here. No, he's fine. He might ask for your receipt later so he can use it for his rewards card to get a muffin, but that's it. No, he probably won't stab you. That's it, yeah. I didn't even know that this bothered people this much.
traffic. But the McDonald's at 2154 Nostrand Avenue in Brooklyn is doing the opposite. As the sign on the door shows,
no one
under 20 needs an ID or a parent, while some dislike the new door policy being enforced by a trio of security guards and backed up by NYPD officers.
Let me guess. This policy reduced the problems by, let me guess, 100%. I bet they didn't have any problems after this. I'm not even kidding. I actually bet this probably totally solved the problem.
The police. The reasoning is plain. McDonald's locations are all too often the scene of violent crimes, and both the victims and perpetrators can often be young.
So,
that's exactly true. Like every like fast food restaurant that's near any of like the high schools or middle schools here, there would always be PvP events happening there. Always. Like I remember, bro, people breaking the order things. Like there were multiple Dairy Queen. There's a Dairy Queen by my high school, and there would be multiple Dairy Queen events that would happen every single year.
Is taking over these stores. And the problems you have in Chicago, a high-tax, progressive city that doesn't back up its police, are the same problems you've got in places like New York, where we don't have a legal system that holds people accountable for destroying restaurants. So what happens if they're not in the busiest parts of town? They've got to close. Look at these places in Chicago. These were flagship locations, and now they're gone. And it's not just New York and Chicago that have an age policy at some of their stores.
If you're over 21, you must bring a doorbell to be let in.
Wow.
It only happens. This is crazy, bro. Like, what are we doing? This is, I'm going to say it again. 2%. We put the 2% of all the problem boys in institutions and prison and force them to work. All of these problems will magically disappear. I promise you. They will magically fucking disappear. We won't have any of these problems anymore. We won't need to have fucking dining room hours. We won't need to have plexiglass windows. It's going to be gone. Every problem's going to go away. It'll fix the economy too? Yeah, it's going to make everything better. It's modern slavery. It's opt-in slavery.
With the kids, the normal community comes here, every interactions are great.
Yeah.
The McDonald's on
It's
Franconia
more than
Road.
2%. It is, but the 2% would be the minimum, number one, and the 2% makes the remaining percent more manageable. You can manage the remaining percent, but the problem is that if you have, like, you reach a critical mass where there's too many problems and you can't address all of them.
Fairfax County kicked off new safety measures, angering teenagers and thrilling adults.
I think it's a great thing. This is the first time.
There it is.
In probably 5 years, I sat down for 15 minutes in this McDonald's and enjoyed a hamburger.
To get into this,
because I know why. There's a middle school, there's a McDonald's near the middle school, and if you go to that McDonald's at 4 p.m., that place is a fucking zoo. They're sitting there, they had to get rid of the drink machine. They can't even get their own drinks there anymore because they kept going and putting their mouth like, doing this, throwing fucking ketchup at each other, like all this bullshit. Like, they had to go and take everything out. Hooligan, they were. Yeah, and that's it. They jumped the fences. Yes, it was some crazy ass motherfucking shit, man. And degenerate, yes. Food fights, yeah. Throwing food at each other. You did that as a kid?
I need another one of those, at least.
I was involved in one Dairy Queen situation. And to be fair, it wasn't even really my fault. It was my friend's, we had a guy we knew, his name was Fabian. And we hid my friend's ice cream and we told him that this other random group of guys stole his ice cream while he was in the bathroom. And he started he was gonna get in a fight with them. And Fabian just had it, he was holding it under the desk. And he goes, Eric! And he turns around after he's yelling at them and talking to them, and he goes, and that was it, man. Like, yeah, I remember this. S-tier paint, yes. Bathroom ice cream, yeah. So it wasn't your fault, but you sure didn't tell him? No, I didn't tell him. I knew this shit was gonna happen. You sure his name wasn't Mohammed? No, but we did have a Mohammed in our school. He came from Nigeria. He was like related to the Nigerian royal family or something. And he would visit Africa and like post photos like I'm visiting the homeland. And he is now, my understanding is that he is now a detective for the Austin Police Department. Yeah. He's actually a detective now. Which is crazy because we used to do things that were on the opposite side of that. But yeah, he switched sides. So good for him, man. He also had like, this is, sorry, I'm going off on a huge tangent. He had like one of those slabs. If you're from like, the South, you know what that is. Like, if you're not, it's like those cars that have like all the lights on them, the TVs on them. They're like super like, the real like ghetto fabulous style cars. Like he had one of those, and like, yeah, bro, yeah, it was the whole thing. Yeah, return the slab. Yeah, I remember that.
McDonald's.
Okay, I didn't know you could sit down at a McDonald's anywhere and enjoy a hamburger.
Yeah, you
Where I'm from, I don't know if that's possible anymore. Shout out to Fairfax County, Virginia.
Customers are greeted at all entrances, which are locked, with a sign saying they have to be over 21 to dine inside.
Because due to repeated instances of student violence. See, this would never happen if you just put the kids in jail.
A doorbell alerts a staff member who lets
a doorbell, bro. Like, you actually have a doorbell.
You in.
For McDonald's.
As you can see, they're happy to greet some customers, while others get denied. According to a spokesperson...
You saw this kid with a backpack? Nope. No, Billy, you're not coming in here. We saw you stole 200 ketchup packets last time you were in here.
For this franchise, student violence and disrespectful behavior erupts here at least once a week.
Yeah, of course.
And staff and customers are sick of it.
Of course.
Thomas Edison High School is just across the street.
So, the McDonald's in Brooklyn that also has this policy, they are also by a whole bunch of schools. So youth violence might be an out-of-control problem at places like a McDonald's that cater to folks who...
Youth violence isn't the problem. Youth accountability is the problem. That's the difference.
A lot of fast food, and of course that doesn't excuse the violence going on in some of these places, but it does explain why McDonald's in certain parts of Chicago might have to close down, even if people say these are busy areas of town that don't have a foot traffic problem.
A welcome greeting of graffiti. Are you getting tired of answering the question, how is the loop doing?
No, it's been our pleasure. What does this say? We have permanently closed our doors. Damn. So they actually had to relocate.
Loop doing?
No, not really, because I every day there's something new and improved.
Like the restaurant where the Chicago Loop Alliance's Michael Edwards met us.
Everybody's trying to always blame this shit on black people, bro. Like, no, we caused this problem and we were white, and there was a bunch of people from Mexico too. Like, there were some black people, yeah, but it was mainly white people and Mexicans. Like, that was my school. It was like 70% Hispanic. You don't need black people to cause these problems. You could cause these problems anywhere. Yeah, like I was there. Fuck, I recorded videos of it. Is everyone? Yeah, no, well, is poor people? Yeah. Here's the thing, is that the funny thing that I think about this is that, you know who this hurts the most is the people in these communities. Because the people that are in these communities are the ones that end up losing jobs, losing opportunities, and being treated like de facto, basically criminals. That's the thing, is like, and you ever think about this, like, whenever you have guys that, like, you go to, you know, Church's Chicken, like, there's that one video we saw, this guy went to Church's Chicken, and it's like, they had more bulletproof glass on there than they do at fucking Chase Bank. Like, you have more of that, and it's like, whenever you treat people like they're incarcerated for long enough, they start acting like it. And so you have this degradation of society that's so bad that you have people that can't get jobs because all the stores are closed. They get treated like criminals because there's enough people that are criminals. And then some of them are criminals and nothing's ever done about it. So the situation just perpetually gets worse. That's what happens. That's really the issue. And you've got these white liberal women that are patting each other on the back for defunding the police in these areas. Meanwhile, it's the minorities in these areas that are the victims of it that need the police the most. Because the police are the ones that ensure that these people get to have a life that they don't have to be looking over their shoulder. They don't have to be constantly fucking worried about having their shit stolen. Like, that's it.
On Memento.
It's racial and you know it. It's also gender-based. Like, if you want to say that it's racial, you can say that it's gender-based. Should we treat men differently than we treat women going into a restaurant? I don't think that we should. So I don't think that, again, there are a lot of problems that different ethnic groups have and don't have. Like, for sure, right? And different, like, commonalities and, what do you call it? Like,
I don't have a locker for him. God damn it.
That different ethnic groups have. That doesn't mean that you should make policies and treat people as if they are that ethnic group. Because a person is not an ethnic group.
Why don't you sell lockers?
And if you treat a person like they're an ethnic group, you're dehumanizing them. So the solution should not be based off of, you know, an ethnic group or looking at this group of people like they're bad. It should be looking at the problem, and even if this problem disproportionately affects an ethnic group of people, it's still a good solution. Like, a great example of this in the inverse is affirmative action for low-income families. This is something that disproportionately helps minorities because a lot of them have lower income households, right? Especially like black households. This is something that would be beneficial for them. Is it a bad system because it more likely helps those people? Of course not, no. So you shouldn't be thinking about this in the perspective of race. You should be thinking about this in the perspective of the behavior. Because if you solve the behavior, that's universal. It's meritocracy, yeah, like focus on the problem.
A moment. First, an assessment of the loop's health.
First quarter of this year, 1 million people came down, $280 million in economic impact.
Downtown foot traffic on the weekends is even higher than before the pandemic. Consumers are coming, commercial tenants not as much.
So the problem isn't a foot traffic problem. The problem is a law and order problem. And if you live in a place like Chicago where this is taking place, or in New York, and nobody goes to jail for stuff like assault or petty crime, or you've got super lax bail laws that release repeat offenders on their millionth time getting busted, you're gonna have a lot of this going on. And businesses will just decide, you know what, it's not worth it for us, even with all the foot traffic.
The vacancy.
Yeah, why would somebody want to put an area there? Like, that's it.
Signs around, but they don't scare you.
It's sometimes, for sure, you see, you come this way and you're like, I mean, maybe I'm the craziest.
And yeah.
Didn't you say any while ago you don't like affirmative action or any policy that disadvantages you based on identity? Yes, and this is completely in line with that. And when I said that, I made the exception for income. I think that income-based affirmative action and poverty-based beneficial behavior, even if it disproportionately helps minorities, is something that I'm completely in support of. Basically, I'm in support of making decisions to help groups of people, but I don't think that the delineation should be based off of which ethnicity or which gender they're a part of. So, like, for example, if there are people in a rural area, then they might have a structural disadvantage that could be addressed through some sort of government means. Big supporter of that. Not a big supporter of helping everybody that is a certain race or a certain gender. Very big difference there.
Christopher Roldan is betting big on the loop. Right next to
damn.
the train, he just opened Memento. It's a fast casual taqueria on one side, sit-down restaurant on the other.
That's a nice place.
Handmade decor, self-serve liquor, and mouth-watering Mexican food.
There's this unique thing about the area that you have tourists and locals.
A combo that's done well for the highly Instagrammable Amarino.
Yeah, it's that restaurant will be successful. You're not gonna have Nevrons going in there and causing problems at all.
Gelato franchise.
Okay, just because McDonald's is shutting down doesn't mean other businesses that have a totally different pay structure and a totally different clientele that they cater to have not found ways to stay open. I absolutely believe that overpriced gelato and macaroons are doing well in Chicago.
Roldan also owns around the corner. He's opening another Amarino in the Loop this summer.
Yeah, see, and the reason why also is because a lot of the people that go in and cause trouble can't afford any of this food. That's another big reason. Why would you go into a restaurant if you can't afford anything? Like McDonald's, that's the reason why there's a lot of people in McDonald's that are there. It's because they can afford the food there.
all of the 300 locations, 19 countries, this one in Chicago is the #1 in sales. You have proofs that this area works.
All the ingredients at least some investors need to dismiss doubts about these sad signs.
Okay, let's back up for a second here. They don't have seats. There are not tables. You're not supposed to grab a big tray with food for several people and bring it to a table and sit there and spend half an hour to 40 minutes in the store. This is a get it and leave type of place.
That's
and
right.
Unfortunately, that might have to be what happens to McDonald's. The McDonald's in New York, these places are slammed if they're in a busy area. And you see
I've seen this before. Like, I've been to McDonald's before, and there's so many McDonald's, like here, at least in Austin, where, like, I swear to God, I feel like I'm going into a prison going into that McDonald's. McDonald's used to be so lit. It used to have, like, you would sit down and it was like, Ronald McDonald was a chair, or like fucking Grimace was like this like big kind of like beanbag round like chair thing. You could sit down there. And like now it's like these like fucking chairs like this. They're like bolted down to the ground and you can't move them. Yeah, there's like a Nintendo 64 there. There's a play place.
Lots of people coming in, getting their breakfast, but they do not stick around. They leave. And maybe that's why some of these McDonald's in Chicago are vanishing. If these stores were making money and they didn't have a crime problem, they would stay open. Heck, they'd stay open even if they had a crime problem, because the money and the orders were good enough to keep them there.
Absolutely.
But thankfully, Chicago's mayor is up for re-election, and that city has a chance to change things. Let's see how that's going.
And the fact of the matter is, Mayor Johnson has 99 problems, and President Trump is not one of them. There's the...
No, it's this guy. He hates white people. I know him. He's the one. He was the one that says that he hires black people because black people are more generous than white people. Remember him? A real winner there.
$988 million budget deficit.
And he's going off on President Trump. Like, you can't even keep a McDonald's open. You got people that are pillaging the McDonald's and you're mad at Donald Trump?
City is going to be facing. RTA has a $770 million budget deficit. Chicago Public Schools, $550 deficit.
You want to admit this is racial? You guys, y'all push me so hard to try to like go and like push some like race stuff. This guy is a racist. He's a fucking racist. I would never vote for him. As a white person, I would never vote for this guy because he's advocating for race-based policies. He's the racist. I'm not. Yeah, why the fuck would I vote for this? Absolutely fucking not. Yeah, with this guy, it is race. It absolutely is. He says it. This isn't me judging. This is a fact.
Chicago Transit Authority, over $500 million deficit.
Place is falling apart.
The mayor of Chicago does not have time to be worried about what is happening with President Trump.
Yeah.
He has his own issues. And I think that we need to remind him that we have been unhappy with him. You know, we're talking about a man with the single digit.
Okay, I'm sure that
a single digit.
He has relatively low approval, but just like
what a fucking retard! Holy shit! Oh my god!
New York, where I'm at, Chicago, they've got this problem where the person that they elect is part of the problem, and then they get upset with that person, then it's time for another election, and then what do? They bring in somebody who just continues the status quo. So he very well may win, despite what you're hearing here, which could mean...
If you win with a 6% approval rating, I honestly would be impressed. I would respect that.
And even more McDonald's leave the city.
Over Memorial Day weekend, according to police. Yet Mayor Johnson continues to claim that he's making the city better, and he's working to make it safer, and that violence is actually going down. Listen.
The key it makes sense, right? Because no, it makes sense. See, the violence at the restaurants are going down because there aren't any more restaurants. We don't have all these fights at McDonald's anymore. Like, I solved that. The fine print there is there aren't any more McDonald's. But, you know, it doesn't matter.
That we are making continue to push forth our effort to build the safest, most affordable big city in America. Our investments are clearly having some strong returns as violence continues to go down in the city of Chicago.
It's tough to find.
Okay, we got to talk about that because in New York they tell us the same thing. They tell us that violence is down, it's the safest big city everywhere, and you're safer here than you are in a place where criminals actually go to jail when they do something wrong. These numbers that we're getting out of these progressive cities, they are totally bogus. Look at this in New York, just a month and a half ago.
Punished for allegedly faking New York City subway crime stats? Wait, the head of the New York PD District Transit Committee was stripped of his command of allegations. Police report falsified to downplay subway crimes. Yeah, because the thing is, I can't let him see that I'm fucking up. Oh shit, I don't want him to know.
Transit commander punished for faking crime statistics while they're telling us that crime is down. What are they doing? They're making up reports, eliminating and misclassifying.
Makes them look bad. It just makes them look bad.
A handful of incidents. Is that how these big cities keep getting safer? It might be.
Turns because crime is still up. It's running rampant. And people are still fleeing the city because of it.
It is still up, and let me tell you something, and I think I talked about this. You know, Mayor Johnson and Illinois officials...
6%, man. Man, what the fuck are you doing? But you think about how bad that is? 6%? God damn.
Love to talk about how crime is down. Yes, crime is down a little small.
What is that? What the fuck is that? Is that an armadillo?
Amount of what it was last year, but not down so much that you could be somewhere bragging about how crime is not happening.
What's up, man?
What the fuck is this?
So much that you a little small enough to talk about how crime is down. Yes, crime is down a little.
It's a rock. The guy threw a rock in there. I get it now.
Amount of what it was.
It's a rock, and you got somebody crawling in. So he threw the rock through the window.
Yeah, I want to finish checking out this sewer, and then I'm gonna take a little smoke break.
Year, but not down so much that you could be somewhere bragging about how crime is not happening here in the city. I told you guys a couple of months ago, my husband was literally carjacked in front of our house, and I live 3 blocks from the mayor. So don't tell me about how crime is down and that the citizens of Chicago are...
I just got, I think I like that word, the Nevrons. I should just call all the people that cause these problems, just everybody might just call them Nevrons. That's just the word, bro. Like, he just walks in, Goblins? Yeah, exactly.
So you're better than that Sublime song?
And we're happy with what we're seeing because we're not. You're the same mayor that we was unhappy with in 2020.
It's not even locked?
When I first started on this platform, nothing has changed about that.
Look at this guy helping himself right here. The restaurant's register right here. But you know, it's hard.
It's free loot.
Hard for a mayor to make or break a city.
2 joints.
Now, I'm not saying that's
that
not
song
what's
2
going on
joints.
Here, but many of these cities have other progressive leaders who pass laws.
You didn't even lock the door? Like, I mean, so you didn't lock the door. You didn't lock.
Instead of 2 joints, you got 3 joints.
And this guy's just going in on it.
People like this.
It's not instant. Yeah, aren't you supposed to put the money? Like, I never worked in one of these jobs before, but aren't you supposed to put the money in the safe?
Mr. Robber here keep doing their thing without any fear of retribution from a justice system. But here's the thing: if people are leaving the city because of crime, where's this crime happening?
Actually brought this
it's
up.
A good song.
We were thinking about robbing a Wendy's because he worked there, and we were talking about it, and like, yeah, no, it probably was an inside job. Because we were thinking about, like, you know, yeah, exactly, right? This is like back in like 2010.
Hang on, I gotta
But
Oh
we ended
shit!
up not
I don't have
doing
the
that
bunny.
because I thought that the reason why I said not to do it is because I'm like, bro, I've been to that Wendy's. They have like 5 cameras there. They're gonna get us. He's like, no, dude, they won't. We'll put like a thing on our face. I'm like, no, dude, they're gonna get us. We go there all the time. They're going to immediately know it's me. They're gonna know it's me instantly. I go there constantly. And he's like, and yeah, and because it's illegal. Well, because it's too high risk, bro. Like, yeah, don't shit where you eat. Yeah, that's our Wendy's. Like, we can't. They'd pick me up easily. Yeah, they would get me instantly. So yeah, actually, you bring up a really good point. That probably was an inside job. Really, really good point. I never even thought of that. I don't know why I didn't think of that.
It's not happening in the rich neighborhoods. It's not happening to the
Oh,
rich
come
wealthy
on.
restaurants. It's happening to the places, and at the
Hustler
places where
3.
the middle
Damn it.
class goes to spend money. And if the middle class doesn't feel safe in McDonald's, it doesn't feel safe spending money there, and the places are overrun with lawlessness, people are going to have to leave. Franchisees are going to close their restaurants because their customer base just
Because
isn't.
they're not making any fucking money. It's not complicated. Oh, I have a store and it costs $15,000 and it's making $12,000. Okay, I'm gonna close the store. Duh.
There. What do you think about
Fucking
that? Is that
duh.
why McDonald's are leaving
Obviously.
Chicago? Is that why they're probably going to leave certain parts of
course.
New York pretty soon if they don't get a handle on their underage violence problem? Let me know. Thanks for watching. See you in the next video.
No, it's insane.
Even in
bro.
death, the
It's insane that they even let this shit happen.
McDonald's is leaving.
And I feel like what's so embarrassing about it, let me link y'all the video. What's so embarrassing about it is that people think that they're helping somebody. They think that they're actually helping out these communities by saying like, oh, the police are so bad. Oh, they're so mean. They're so bad. Oh no, we want to protect you from the police. And then they go and they let these people just fucking, again, they feel so good about this. They're helping, bro. They're helping the criminals. Yes, it's so embarrassing. Oh, it's a socioeconomic thing. They have to rob the Wendy's. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. What do we do? What are we talking about? It's outrageous. Yes, I don't even want to. Yes, white liberals and gated communities that never have to live with the consequences of their own performative fucking empathy. It is so annoying. Let me link you guys the video. Give it a like.
Eastern Studios have figured out what Western gaming has refused to accept. That the layoffs, the cancellations, the flops aren't because gaming is dying. Players aren't leaving games, they're leaving Western games.
Yeah.
They're seeing an industry that's at war with its own audience. They see the greed, the
That's a really good way of putting it. Yeah, at war with its own audience. That's exactly what it is. Yep. When did propaganda get changed to soft power? It never did. It's just a new definition.
arrogance and the creative bankruptcy, and they're
Monster's
stepping
gonna
in
fucking explode.
to
Damn it.
take what Western studios have abandoned. And I think that the industry is threatened by this.
Always
and they
has
should
been.
be, to be honest with you. I mean, look at the way that games media reacted to some of these releases. Because while Stellar Blade reviewed relatively well, it wasn't without controversy. Heck, they actually had to write an article to tell everybody, why is Stellar Blade so controversial? Are attractive characters unrealistic?
They are for women in America.
Female beauty standards in gaming need to evolve. I'm sorry, but saying that beauty standards need to evolve is like saying that gravity needs to be more inclusive.
Well, to be fair, with a lot of the people saying beauty standards need to evolve, they also probably also have a problem with gravity. If you know what I mean.
Try to change reality all you want, but people will always be drawn to what they find appealing.
Yeah.
That's it. And then came Black Myth Wukong, and that's what they absolutely lost.
They
The
hate
developers not responding to the accusations that they made up, not responding to the...
What about this? Like, well, we made up a bunch of stuff about you. Aren't you going to address this and come to the table and you know, play the game that we've created that you lose in? Like, why aren't you playing our game that you lose in? Wait a minute, but I set the chessboard up so I can checkmate you. Why don't you want to play the game? You can't just ignore us. No, you can't sell 20 million copies. What are you doing?
their headquarters being vandalized because of the accusations they made, not answering questions about inclusivity in a game about a monkey. That's when it became painfully clear. The industry
No,
is...
the worst thing that was painfully clear about that is the self-report of all the developers saying that all the reviewers saying that there were no women in the game. All you did is self-report that you didn't even finish the game. You played through the first chapter or two, you never finished the game because you'd know that the entire fourth chapter is all about women. It's not even true.
Terrified of these rising Korean and Chinese studios because they can't control them, so they attack them instead. The only controversy surrounding these games was fabricated by media outlets desperately trying to reinforce their own narrative and their own worldviews. And it became laughably obvious once reviews started rolling in for Black Myth Wukong, with multiple critics slamming the game for a lack of female characters and diversity, not realizing...
Bro, like, if you are a reviewer, you're doing that. Like, again, bro, like, I don't know, like, CERN or, like, NASA needs to hire these people because somehow these games journalists have managed to take their credibility and divide it by 0. Physically impossible, they've broken the limits.
I think that women played a key role, Act 3 and beyond. I brought this up before, I think I showed it off in one of my last videos, but it still blows my mind that Inverse would straight up call anyone who bought the game Chinese nationalists and anti-woke.
Wait, what? Black Myth Wukong isn't even good, but that won't stop Chinese nationalist and anti-woke sales? It isn't even good. Also, like, nowhere in the game did it say China was good. The only thing that they said at all that was a realistic, like, relevance is that apparently there was that statue, like the guy, the headless guy with that would do the thing in chapter 2. Apparently that statue is real, and apparently like Britain or somebody like that had the head of the statue, and they just semi-recently gave it back to China. So the Rat King running around with the fucking head. And to be fair, they were being rats. That's not their fucking head. That's not their statue. They should have given it back, and they did. That's good. It was amazing.
Yeah, he's somewhere.
Detached from reality, media has become.
Oh yeah, there he is up at the tower.
Political messaging, monkey with the big stick go bonk. Yeah, that's fascist. This is about an industry that is panicking. Western publishers and media have spent the last decade trying to dictate what players should want, and now it's backfiring. Eastern studios aren't arguing with their audience. They're just giving them what they want. Hell, I just saw that Marvel Rivals had planned to do mid-season rank resets. The players said no, and Marvel Rivals just said, okay, that's fine. I think that's what a lot of the industry has gotten away from. Not what games should be about.
Usually when they do a rank reset, for me, it doesn't really matter.
Not what games should be, but who games are for. Eastern studios, pretty much across the board, are just doing a better job at recognizing what players want and are giving it to them. That's what you need to do to succeed. A lot of Western developers and media are just so caught up.
You just look at what people want and then you give them the thing that they want. I know, like, how could, like, imagine your job is that easy and you just keep messing it up. How do you keep messing that up? I feel like it's pretty easy, isn't it?
In today's events and politics that they're forgetting that players are playing games to escape from that. Eastern games are thriving because they're not chasing trends or politics, they're chasing timeless experiences. They're crafting worlds that players want to revisit years from now. Not just ones that are going to give you Twitter engagement for a few weeks before fading into irrelevance. Just the topical nature of Western games is already a death sentence. I was thinking about this the other day, and I'm like, I played Borderlands 3 a few years ago, and the entire time I was playing it, I was like, dude, nobody's gonna remember any of these pop culture references, any of these cringe jokes or anything like that, because it was just so modern day. It was so today for that game when it released, and I'm like, people aren't gonna...
You know who makes a lot of these like inside jokes and everything? And like some of it is okay because it's kind of like, it's a parody of itself, like Deadpool. But you know who does it? Millennials with Funko Pops on antidepressants. That's who it is. That is your enemy.
Remember this stuff. I was thinking about Dragon Age the Veilguard. Do you think 20 years from now somebody's going to pick up that game and go, what's this about? What are they even talking about in this? Eastern Studios have just been so much.
That's actually a good question. Yeah, what is non-binary going to look like in 20 years? Yeah, I wonder, because yeah, that's crazy to think about it. Oh man. Wow.
Or consistent. They don't have any of that extra bullshit that's in there. We just see the normal complaints from them. I think that's another thing to think about as well. When you think about some of these Eastern studios, the vast majority of controversy that surrounds them is the normal stuff. Day one performance, patches, expansion content, microtransactions. I want to go back to those days, man. I'm getting sick and tired of talking about some of these issues with some of these Western games. You don't see their developers, their mentally ill developers going on Twitter and having a meltdown. They keep their politics and their opinions out of their games and out of the public eye, and they just focus on doing their job.
Yeah, they just do their job. It's the same as like, you know, I look at like one of these Western game, like
I slept all right.
This is probably a bad take, but that's my job here, right? Every time that I go and I look at a Western game development,
it was a little hot in here. We had a thunderstorm yesterday, so it got real hot and humid in my apartment. So it was hard to fall asleep, but once the sun went down, it cooled off. It was actually kind of nice.
I start to notice a pattern.
And the humidity held the cool, so it's still cool in my apartment now, so I like that.
I'm just saying I notice a pattern.
Games do the talking instead. Oh man, their games are
Business Unit 3.
You know, it's been a while since I've done a review. I need to do a review. I've been playing Armored Core 6 again, and it is insane how good that game is.
Yeah.
It's just the only thing that's bad about Armored Core 6 is that the DLC for it hasn't come out yet.
It's absurd how good that game is and how little spotlight it got. The players that loved it, they loved it. The players that don't haven't played it yet.
Well, it's a mech game, right? The problem is like mech stuff was so big in the 90s and the 2000s, and like he remembers this, right? Like back whenever we were kids, it was so big, but then like they started trying to make mech games in like the GameCube and like a 360 era. They tried making them like super realistic, and it ended up not being fun. And like now we're going back to mech games being massive with things like Mecha Break. Like we had Mecha Break earlier. This came out just like a few days ago. Actually today. Let me see if I can find it and pull it up again. Mecha Break, and then this is the demo. Today it peaked at 300,000 players for the demo for the game. Fucking insane. Absolutely fucking insane. So mech games are coming back.
So beautiful, but they don't do anything like trying to make sure that I can see my reflection in the visor of an enemy mech or anything like that.
Yeah.
They don't waste a bunch of time and money and resources on all these weird fidelity things that just aren't necessary for a game like that. They just make it tight controls, incredible gameplay, really good story. Heck, it's one of the best stories that I've experienced in a game over the last few years. That's not a couple outliers, of course. There's some really good ones that are out there.
Yeah.
But 90% of it was from text. Like it was just a pop-up on screen and a voice.
Well, that doesn't say a lot. I mean, fuck, like most of those text-based adventure games have a better story than any AAA American game. I'll tell you that. And like the big difference to me, like you know what the real shocker to me was with Yakuza. I was playing that Yakuza pirate game, and I was like, wow, this is actually a complex storyline, and it's not super black and white, and it's interesting. And the characters are complex. And then I've been playing Avowed as well, and it's just sad. It's really just sad.
That was it. No cutscenes or anything like that. It wasn't necessary. They didn't need that because they just focused on it being pure gameplay. Man, it's so.
Yeah, no, the other game like that is mouth washing. Like I remember, cause like I was even talking to Emmy about this. Like she loved that game, and it's like one of the things that I would say really defines whether a game is good or not is how much you think about the game after you play it. And like that's the kind of game that like you think about long term because of how complex and how good it was. And like that's really the way I see it. What's your excuse for Yakuza having a low player base? I don't know. I don't really have an excuse. Like, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it just didn't resonate with a lot of people. Like Armored Core 6 didn't have a crazy high player base either, honestly. Yeah, it didn't. That doesn't make the game bad. Like, so the thing is that, and it's disappointing though. Like, you bring up a good point, don't you? Because like, I would love it if Armored Core 6 peaked at 1 million players. Because if it did, we'd probably already have Armored Core 7. And we'd have, you know, like Battle Core and, you know, Mech Core and all these other games. Now, we did get Mecha Break, which is nice, but I want more of them.
Good. That's what players want. That's what these Eastern Studios have been delivering. No nonsense, all gameplay, give the players what they need.
Absolutely.
That's it. That's why they've been succeeding, and that's why so many of these Western games have been failing. You know, I think they got comfortable. They had a stranglehold on the industry. They had more money.
It's not that they're comfortable, it's that they're insulated. They're insulated by these, by the media that they work hand in hand with in order to push narratives that are basically player unfriendly. That's the difference.
Developers, more resources, more experience, but now you have some of these studios that are popping up in some of these other countries that aren't under their influence. A lot of them are really inexperienced, but they got the people to be able to do it, and they're learning pretty quick. Developer tools, the barrier to entry to make a video game is way lower than it's ever been before, and that's a major threat for some of these companies.
That's why so many games
companies that forgot how to treat us like customers. And it makes me... I was wondering why Black Myth Wukong and Stellar Blade had this weird, like, anti-Asian, anti-Chinese rhetoric among games media in a lot of different circles. I mean, like, they had the one person that said, you know, if you bought the game or the people that made the game successful were Chinese nationalists and the anti-woke. The reason why they say that is because it's meant to sound evil.
It's you're the bad guy. Now you're the bad guy. And also, like, I am an appreciator of Chinese culture. I think it's incredible. It's one of the oldest cultures in the entire world. Like, America is 250 years old. China's 3,000 years old. That's incredible. That's amazing. Like, you can appreciate Chinese culture and Chinese mythology without actively subscribing to everything that the current government thinks. Of course.
It's meant to be disparaging. These countries have a culture that's counter to theirs. They can't let that stand. But these studios aren't just a threat because they counter their culture. They're not just a threat because of the fact that, well, their games are delivering what players want. They're a threat because they have something that the rest of the industry is going to have a real hard time with. They can make games far cheaper and far faster than anybody else in the entire industry. That's going to be a big problem. Because as they create more games and they overwhelm the rest of the industry, well, the rest of the industry is not going to be competing with them. They're going to be swallowed by them.
That's what's going to happen with AI too. That's why Trump was right. Like, I was like, because people are mad that Trump like got rid of like some of the ethical concerns with AI. The fact is that like if the other countries aren't doing this and you're doing it, you're going to lose. That's it. You just lose. That's all there is to it. Like, I mean, like you can lose with dignity, but usually after you lose, you don't keep a lot of dignity, especially with something that big.
The rise of Eastern Studios isn't just a trend, it's a foundational shift in the industry. What we're seeing right now isn't just one or two breakout hits, it's an entire new wave of studios that's stepping out onto the global stage. And the scary part is, for Western developers, they're only going to get better. Most of these companies are still in their infancy, yet they're already disrupting the market. Game Science, as an example, the developers of Black Myth Wukong, had never made a AAA game before, yet they produced a title that sold 20 million copies for only $43 million. Given the average salaries of Shift-Up employees,
This is like that fucking thing in Iron Man 1. It's like Tony Stark built this in a cave, and you can't build this with $1 billion. What are you doing? Henry Ford asked for consumers what they wanted. They would have asked for faster horses. Now, what do you think should happen to a person that spams in chat like this? What do you think should happen? And I want you to know that I saw your message previously. I didn't read it. The reason why I'm pulling you up is because you're spamming. It's not like spamming worked. I saw your message the first and the third and the fourth time too. Do you have any last words before you're banished into the Shadow Realm? Awesome. Sure is. 07. See ya.
Stellar Blade cost an estimate between $40 to $50 million. Now imagine what these studios can do once they gain some more experience,
Hustler,
more
I
funding, and a
believe.
deeper understanding of the global market. Unlike many of these Western AAA studios, which have been floundering despite decades of experience, these new developers aren't starting with bad habits. They're building up from a lean, focused, and player-driven approach. One of the biggest advantages for a lot of these Eastern studios is just cost efficiency. The Western gaming industry is drowning in ballooning development costs, with AAA games exceeding $200 to $500 million budgets. We're seeing longer development cycles.
I actually think that a lot of these studios, like I've had the mindset that every single organization or group of people that I've ever been a part of, like I've ever intimately understood like the nature of their production, I've learned that most of the people that are involved are retarded. And usually a lot of money is wasted by or in service of those retarded people. Like most systems are garbage, most of them can be optimized, and the issue also is that, you know, you have the bureaucratic entropy, where you need managers to manage the managing managers. And this is like obviously multiplied when you have HR and other types of, you know, identity groups that are trying to make the company pay to keep them effectively on corporate welfare.
Higher failure rates and lower margins, yet somehow these guys keep spending and inflating their budgets even more instead of actually refining their gameplay. In contrast, Eastern studios are operating on a fraction of the cost, yet delivering polished, high-quality games that rival or surpass that of their Western counterparts. And I think the reasons for this are pretty straightforward. They have a focused design philosophy. Eastern studios are prioritizing gameplay first rather than overproduced cinematics and unnecessary bloat. Their teams are more efficient. They're not building massive, bloated development teams that take years to onboard and years to manage. Their production is more disciplined without the need for endless games as a service monetization.
This is again what I was saying before about the studios that look like a Chuck E. Cheese.
Models, they're just focused on delivering a complete experience. And what's really scary for a lot of these Western publishers is that not only are these Eastern studios going to get better at their jobs, they're going to get more efficient over time. There's no denying that in some of these Eastern countries that they have lax labor laws that allow for faster, more demanding work cycles. It's not a good thing from an ethical standpoint, but it's an advantage when it comes to pure production output.
It is.
Beyond that, something else that works.
This is something people need to understand is that if other people are doing something and you think that it's unethical, you either need to do that unethical thing or you lose to them. Because the reason why cheating is against the rules is because it is effective. There is no form of cheating that isn't against the rules generally that isn't effective. So you either play on that level or you lose. Now, I remember this was true with RBGs back in Cataclysm and Mists of Pandaria. Is like you had to have a proxy. You had to do this. You had people that were DDoSing constantly. You had people that were kickbotting constantly. People that were botting constantly. And like if you didn't have this, then you would lose. Now, I decided to just quit the game at that point because I thought it was weird, but a lot of other people didn't. And so like that's it. Even easier with screen peeking? Yeah, exactly. So integrity is optional? No, integrity is not optional. Integrity is guaranteed not to exist in the highest level of competitive economics. In any sort of extremely high stakes competition, you can guarantee that integrity will not be present.
Is that workplace culture in many of these Eastern studios rejects the Western industry's obsession with toxic positivity. The idea that all work must be praised, all
strategies for praising employee work without causing team resentment. I don't think this is a problematic, thing.
Criticism must be soft, and nobody can ever be called out for doing a bad job because in Eastern Studios, criticism is direct and result-driven. If you mess up, you're told directly. There's no hand-holding, no excuses, no performative social media activism. Employees are expected to improve. Bad work doesn't just get a pass because it aligns with corporate social agendas. The game is
I
always...
think this part is true too. I do, because like I feel like there's a big component where a lot of people can't take criticism. And I've always said this before, like I remember whenever I would raid lead or whatever, is that if somebody can't take criticism, I just kick them out of the raid. Just kick them out. Who cares? Like, get rid of them. There's no reason to tolerate a person like that. You can't deal with a person like that. If their ego is more important than the team's goals, then get them out. Now, if you're dealing with an employee, I think that there's a lot of tact and, like personal... Like, and you guys can ask anybody that's ever dealt with me, like ever in the history of dealing with me, nobody's ever had a bad experience. And again, you can take that to the bank. Ask anyone, right? Like, I could be aloof or unresponsive, but have I ever been rude or hostile to somebody? Literally never. Never. And again, ask anyone. But my point is that criticism is not an attack. And I think that the focus with a lot of people is that people get too personally invested into things, and it becomes hard to criticize them because of that personal investment. And I think that's, again, like the narcissism. Like, I think that the West, and especially America, has a huge narcissism problem. And I think that narcissism problem manifests itself in the prevalence of gambling, actually. I think that the amount of people that are hyper-focused and hyper-fixated on gambling, one of the reasons why is because they think they're special. They think they're the ones that's going to make all the money and they're going to win. And so, like, that's really a massive, massive component. And I think that hinges on narcissism.
Is the priority. Personal beliefs and cultural narratives don't override the responsibility to deliver a great product. Compare this to the West, where some developers are spending more time policing their communities rather than making better games. You got studios that are hiring based on ideological alignment rather than skill, fearful of offending social media mobs and constantly engaging in PR firefighting.
So it's very obvious that this is the perspective, right? Like, you never see anybody in the gaming industry that's talking about, like, a lot of people in the gaming industry talk about politics, and they talk about, like, political opinions, etc. But you never hear a single one of them say anything positive about Trump. And you could say, oh, well, that's because Trump's bad. But, okay, sure. But if you take a sample size of the population, 50%, 30, 40% actually, realistically, don't think Trump is bad. How is it that every single one of them over there thinks that? Well, I'll tell you why. It's because they're hiring, and they're basing their interactions and their what's the word for it? Like the interactions, like their coordination and who they're dealing with, association with people that ideologically align with them. And anybody who doesn't ideologically align with them gets they get alienated. It's an echo chamber? Yeah, it's an echo chamber. Massive echo chamber. And so, like, how does that happen with, like, the video game industry? There's obviously, like, it's not like this happened naturally, because if it happened naturally, you'd probably see a spread that's similar to what the general population is. But no. Why is that? It's common sense.
Rather than focusing on making something great. Eastern developers don't have that problem. There's another huge advantage that these Chinese studios have in particular, and it's access to one of the largest gaming markets on the planet, while Western studios don't. Many Western AAA games don't release in China due to strict censorship laws or a lack of appeal to Chinese audiences. That artificially handicaps Western studios, while Chinese studios have no problem releasing their games both domestically and internationally. Look at Black Myth Wukong. 75% of its sales came from China alone, yet it still pulled in millions of Western players. Now imagine what happens when a Chinese studio makes a game that's even better, with higher global appeal, and also at less than half of the development cost of a Western AAA game. That's where things get really dangerous for Western developers.
Yeah, and also this is only going to multiply with AI. A lot of studios are already using AI as technology to enhance their games now. And, like, obviously a very, very light form of it is frame gen, right? Like, this is effectively like a degree of AI. And so the fact is that this is going to become more and more common.
Please.
So
please,
as you have
please,
a regressive culture
please
in America, that is against AI, that hates AI, and they don't want to use AI. They're going to protest AI. And then you have China, let's say, or Japan or Korea, or anywhere else really, that's using AI. And they're out, and if AI is better and it's producing higher quality results at a higher ratio in the free market, that product will win. And it will kill the product that does not take advantage of it. That's all there is to it. It doesn't matter what you can have whatever moral opinion you want on this, but at the end of the day, the biggest clothing manufacturers that are like Nike, Adidas, all of these places, as far as I know, their shoes aren't here being made in America, okay? And these are massive companies. You want to compete against that? You want to hire people in America and pay them the same wages? Go ahead. Have fun.
Developers aren't just a threat because they're making games that players want. They're a threat because they're only going to get better at it. They're going to get more experience. They're going to get more funding. They're going to learn from their mistakes. They're going to make games faster, and they're going to make them cheaper. Western studios can barely keep up as is, and they're already at a financial disadvantage. The fact that Eastern studios can produce high-quality games at a fraction of the cost and twice as fast is likely going to create an entire industry shakeup. If a Western studio needs $300 million and 6 years to make a game, but an Eastern studio
him and Shoujo were playing earlier. I don't know where. Oh, Shoujo's probably in the bathroom sleeping in the sunlight.
Like, this is another component, right?
Where'd she go?
You have people that are investing in these companies. Like, if you're a company, and you're an individual even, right? Like, who do you want to invest in? You're going to want to invest in China. Goodbye Western video games? Yeah, they are killing themselves. And they are. Like, it's undeniable that this is happening. And a lot of them will act like they're victims in this, and in some cases they are victims in this, but it doesn't change the reality of what's happening. This is what's going to happen, and they're going to be out of a job, and they're not going to be able to get a job back.
I see this as spelling doom for the industry as we know it. I see it as a rebirth and potentially the start of something greater. Bigger Western studios will be forced to do better, to be better. They'll have to be smarter with their spending, focus on the right things, and going back to paying attention to the audience and meeting the needs that aren't met. Sure, some studios are going to get caught in the undertow, but many studios are going to restructure and reprioritize, and with the rise of some of these Eastern studios, it's going to come new perspectives on how to make games, how to create new genres, and how to create customer satisfaction. You know, one of the things I brought up in my review—
I think that's very true, is that you will have Western studios that are able to adapt, but some of them that have been too infected with like these kinds of people will refuse to adapt, and they will end up destroying their entire studio. And that's all there is to it. That's just what's going to happen. Western will just buy Eastern studios. You can't do that in a lot of cases, right? I mean, in some cases that's true, in some cases it's not. Western studios don't have the same efficiency as China. They can't compete. It's not just that. I think that as I said before, like with AI, I think that AI is going to be that next multiplier effect that's going to create a rift in between Western and Eastern game development. And I would say American and non-American game development, again, it's going to create a rift because of the cultural ramifications that AI has here. And I think that the cultural ramifications that AI has, I don't think that average people give a shit. I don't think they care at all about AI. The average person doesn't care about somebody stealing their furry art on DeviantArt and then reselling it without the $15 commission. So you're not going, because I mean, really think about it. So let me get this straight. You think that the society that buys phones that are made from slaves and cobalt mines and clothes that are made from sweatshop workers that get locked inside their warehouse at night with nets in between the different floors so they don't kill themselves. You think this studio is now going to have enough empathy to care about you having your furry art stolen and then repurposed by AI? You think that's where they're going to draw the line? How retarded can you possibly be? Nobody cares about this. It's totally artificial and it's created by Twitter. Real average people don't care about AI. Twitter artists and virtue signalers on social media care about AI. So when these video games and this content hits a mainstream audience and the AI quality is better, it beats it. And that's it. That's the bottom line. And that's what matters. Would you advocate for banning games that moderate free speech inside of America? I don't know. It depends. Yeah, why are we talking about competition between game devs? People are going to buy games regardless? No, that's not true. People only have a select amount. We live in an attention economy. People will only buy a certain amount of video games a year, and they will only have a certain amount of money a year to buy video games with. So if certain games are a higher value and people feel like they are better games, those games will be prioritized. Of course. Wasn't Palworld made with AI too? No, they were completely unfounded lies.
Black Myth Wukong was how appreciative I was of being able to learn more about Chinese culture. A lot of people outside of China have little to no context on its legends, history, and mythology. Many Western audiences just have a surface level understanding at best. Vague concepts like the Great Wall, dynasties, and martial arts. Games have the power to change that. Black Myth Wukong wasn't just a game, it was a bridge. It introduced millions of players to a rich cultural history that they may have not have explored otherwise. This is where things get really interesting for me, because while exposure to new cultures through art can be a beautiful thing, China's gaming industry isn't just any industry. It operates under the watchful eye of its government. And that comes with baggage. No references to Taiwan, Tibet, Tiananmen Square, no sensitive religious or political imagery, no blood, suggestive themes, or excessive brutality. This isn't just speculation. Western companies have already censored themselves to stay in the Chinese market. Blizzard suspended a Hearthstone player for supporting the Hong Kong protest.
That was crazy. Like, I remember that happened. Oh man, I remember that. I get your point, but in the sweatshop examples, there's a large degree of separation. People would argue that AI threatens more people, which increases in the possibility of having a negative impact with it. You actually think that AI threatens more people?
Give me a second to get some coffee and something to eat.
You really think there's more artists than textile workers?
Studios regularly edit their films to appease Chinese censorship. NBA teams scramble to apologize after comments supporting Hong Kong went viral. Hell, there's a ton of things you can't even say in Marvel Rivals in-game chat. I know a lot of people are going to have concerns about China's growing influence in the gaming industry. We're all aware of Chinese censorship.
As I said before, this is unironic soft power. In the same way that American people have the choice to buy video games that have censorship from the CCP in them, Chinese players also have the choice in a lot of cases to buy video, or not, maybe not Chinese, but like a lot of other countries have the choice to buy video games that have, you know, American, you know, gender politics in them. And so the problem is that these things just simply are not popular with a big group of people. And I think that inside of America, you live in an ecosystem where you can't criticize or bring up any sort of like question about this. But the issue is that in the rest of the world, the majority of the rest of the world, not only do they not care about this, but a lot of them actively dislike it. So when you go to the free market in a global market, people are going to care a lot less about not being able to type a word in chat than they are about a video game being designed in a way that feels like HR, American HR is in the room. Like, one of them matters a lot more than the other. We are adjusting to their censorship. I agree. I think the censorship is problematic too. But at the end of the day, I disagree with it. And I think that players should voice concerns about it. And I think that players should expect and hold these games to a higher standard. And players should not tolerate being censored by, like, you know, Chinese games. But at the end of the day, that's not my decision to make. I can't make anybody else carry my cross. That's something that I believe, but it's not something that I can make anybody else believe.
Propaganda and soft power strategies, so it's understandable to wonder whether gaming is going to face that same fate. But call me an idealist, I think that China's success in gaming might actually lead to a crack in that armor. We're already starting to see signs of that shift, because Black Myth Wukong, while the game was toned down in China, in its Western release, it still featured intense action, blood effects, and darker themes. This suggests that Chinese developers, when targeting a global market, are prioritizing Western audiences' expectations over domestic restrictions. If they want games to...
Well, they're targeting... They're making the game, obviously, like, there's localization for every game. Like, you know, I think the famous one that a lot of us, probably a lot of people here played WoW, like, you know, you have like the little like tombstones in China rather than the skeletons because you're not allowed to show human bones and stuff like that.
Sell worldwide, they can't afford to be completely sanitized. The more success they find outside of China, the more likely these studios are to push back against censorship, or at the very least, create separate versions for those games to appeal to broader audiences. And this is what makes the future of Chinese gaming so fascinating to me, because as their industry grows internationally, the pressure to loosen creative restrictions is only going to increase. Right now, China's biggest weakness in this market is its own government-imposed limitations on creative expression. If their developers want to compete,
he's actually bringing up a really, really good point here, is that as these companies become more competitive, they will probably drop a lot of their restrictions. And I think that you're already seeing that. You saw that, like, I have two examples, right? I mean, obviously, like, Saudi Arabia has tried to make, you know, efforts to be more liberal and to be more accepting so they can attract a more global audience of people to come there for tourism. And then the other example of that is Hoyoverse. So Hoyoverse used to be MiHoYo, and they rebranded in, I think, Singapore or something like that in order to, what do you call it? Money over everything. Yeah, that's the way it is, right? And so these companies will actually become more even-handed with this stuff as their popularity increases because they'll want to hit a broader and broader audience. That's it. Yeah, Singapore's popular proxy for Chinese company. Yeah. But like that's really what's happening.
Level, they have two choices: either ease censorship to stand alongside Western and Japanese studios, or remain shackled by their government oversight, preventing them from ever reaching their full potential.
Because this is also another component. I don't think that American players want to be censored by CCP propaganda. I think that American players do not like the idea that you can't say Tiananmen Square. Like, this is ridiculous to an American player. So I think what you're going to see, obviously, is that these games will just simply be localized in a way that don't have these restrictions for American players. And I think that's usually what's going to end up happening. And studios will do that because it's, again, if they can do that, why wouldn't they?
Concerns about censorship.
Nobody cares. It's not a big deal, but there are people that do care, and it does create negativity. And at the end of the day, people don't like being told what they can and can't say. I think this is a fundamental human behavior, and I do think that it will matter. And it's undeniable. Like, if you think about it, let's just use a little bit of logic here. Will it create more or less, like, if you have censorship in your game like that, are you going to lose players by getting rid of it? Obviously not, right? So the only thing that you can do is gain players by getting rid of this, and that's why it would happen.
Influence and industry shifts, there's something undeniably exciting about what's happening. Gaming is evolving in a way that we never could have predicted, and at the center of it all, well, we're witnessing a genuine cultural shift, one that could reshape not only the industry, but the way that people from vastly different backgrounds engage with one another. People love to dismiss gaming as a pastime, but in reality, it's one of the fastest growing industries in the world. It's already overtaken movies, television, and music, and not just in revenue, but as a cultural influence. And with that influence comes power, the power to bridge gaps, to change perceptions, and to connect people in a way that no other medium can. This industry is changing, and as a result, we're going to get better games. We're going to get a lot more games. We're going to see new ideas, fresh perspectives, and experiences, and at the end of the day, that's all we've been asking for.
People are going to get better games in general. I think that's very true. He's right. And this is just going to keep getting more and more powerful. They may not lift censorship. China's going for a soft power approach to erode support for Taiwan's defense. Maybe that's true. It's hard to say, right? But the point that I'm making is that when this happens, and this is the case, you are going to have a lot of these games that are probably going to get rid of it, right? And I think that the MiHoYo or like the Saudi Arabia example are two good ones.
Wouldn't it be wild if gaming, not politics, not diplomacy, not think pieces from self-important journalists, was the thing that actually brought us all together?
Yeah.
A shared love for immersive worlds, incredible storytelling, and fantastic games. That was the thing that made us see eye to eye. If art, not ideology, was the thing that actually brought us together. Deep. I know. It's the last time that you guys are going to get anything positive from me for at least
Well, I think it's always been true, actually. I think gaming is one of the biggest uniting forces in the world. And I think that video games, and especially online multiplayer video games, have done more to erode xenophobia, racism, and other forms of bigotry than almost any other form of media ever has. And now, like, because if you're in a guild, everybody's been in a guild with people that are in different countries, and people get along. And like, even if you're playing with other people, so that's what happens. Music, that's a great point of view. Yeah, maybe music has done more, but I think video games on a personal level do, because you're having interactions with people in that other culture, right? Like if you talk to somebody that lives in, I don't know, Dubai, that's way different than hearing what it's like on the media. And when you make a personal connection with somebody like that, and I think this is especially true even inside of America, like, you know, you're playing with somebody that's like a black guy from, I don't know, some other state. And like, you know, if you grew up in like a place that's like maybe not as favorable to that, you would be able to just like have a conversation with this person and kind of ask the awkward or uncomfortable questions in some cases, and just have a shared purpose and a shared goal. And I think that, like, really in like an abstract sense, and I'm not making a comparison here, but this is just an analogy, is that in a lot of like World War II and World War I movies, one of the main like precedents for it, like I recently watched Fury with my dad, with Brad Pitt. It was an insanely fucking good movie, such a good fucking movie. And a lot of these movies are built off of the idea of guys getting recruited from all around America to come together to accomplish a goal, right? And like that friction between, you know, the preacher, religious guy, and the nihilist Joe Bernthal character, that right there is the, that's the essence of the narrative. And the fact that they come together and achieve something collectively is what makes those stories special. And I think that video games do that in a microcosmic way for individual people. You see what I'm kind of saying here? Like, and like that, again, I'm not saying like video games is like being in World War II, obviously, but it's just the same general idea. A band of brothers, yeah.
Starting now. See, this is the reason why I was so upset that these studios never got a fair shake from Western journalists. It bothered the hell out of me, because I viewed this as a reawakening. I viewed this as a second chance for the industry to get itself back on track, because I think that's exactly what we're going to see. We're going to see games going back to doing what they used to do before, which is connecting people, which is delivering an experience that customers are looking forward to.
Games coming out
helping
and
us
just
escape from the world and all of the bullshit that's around us. And honestly, there's so many good things that can come from this. I feel like I've only scratched the surface of some of it. If you think about it on a much broader scale, if you have all these companies that are out there, all these Eastern studios, especially if we're looking at like China and stuff like that, they're going to be able to make games faster, cheaper. We're probably going to get games cheaper because they're going to flood the market.
I believe that when I see it.
And if these games are good, that's even better.
Yeah.
Because if they're flooding the market with good games, what ends up happening is, well, supply goes up, demand is down. Prices are going to have to come down to meet the demand. We're going to see less microtransactions or cheaper microtransactions, I would hope. We're going to see game prices.
Well, let's think about it like this. Stellar Blade doesn't have a lot of microtransactions. Black Myth Wukong doesn't have a lot of microtransactions. It seems like Phantom Blade Zero isn't going to have a lot of microtransactions. Many of these video games that are being released for Western AAA game development audiences don't have a lot of these. Yeah, Elden Ring doesn't have any. Metaphor ReFantasio doesn't have any. Grand Blue Fantasy Relink has a very minimal amount, and they're one time only, and they're not really game breaking. Like Hogwarts Legacy, yeah. So many of these games actually don't have that at all.
Prices fall a little bit. We're going to see some of these studios tighten their budgets, tighten their britches a little bit, and actually start spending money the right way on some of these games. There's a lot of good that can come from this. And the crazy thing is that we're only seeing the first wave of some of these games. They just announced the Tides of Annihilation. I wrote that one down.
That's the Final Fantasy 16
one. It just
one.
came out of nowhere. And I think we're probably going to see more of those come out this year. More of those random announcements. Oh, hey, by the way, here's
it's very obvious, and I heard this from somebody too, is that apparently the success of Black Myth Wukong really kind of woke a lot of people up in China. And they're like, okay, holy fuck, we actually can make a game that sells really well in America. We can actually make a global success level game. And so it basically like massively supercharged their gaming industry because they saw that it would actually work. It was basically one of the first times that a big Chinese game like that came to an American audience and succeeded.
And it's really the second time, I would say, honestly. The first time was Genshin Impact, one of the big ones there too. And I think Genshin Impact, think about how much that changed the industry by itself. And like after now Genshin, and think about how many Genshin Impact clones there are now, right? Games that function relatively the exact same.
Other game that looks wild out of nowhere with top tier quality. What is this? How does this even happen? And the next year is probably going to be even crazier. I'm blown away by it. Look at the sheer volume of Eastern games that just came out of nowhere last year, and then now they're doing it again this year. Yeah. And they're probably going to multiply it by next year. I wouldn't doubt it, especially because they've seen how much money these games can make. Black Myth Wukong brought in a ton of money.
Yeah.
Ton. Marvel Rivals is making a boatload of cash.
Yep.
Obviously, the gacha games that they have over there, MiHoYo is making a ton of money as well.
Yeah,
so
that's
they see
making
the
a lot.
opportunity in it. They're going to invest in it, and by extension, we're just going to get more games and likely better games because they're going to see, oh, well, games of this scale, games of this quality are what actually, you know, sell.
Yeah,
so that's
exactly. They sell. A lot of Chinese companies are restructuring, reducing expensive investments into Western studios and loading all that money into cheaper domestic developers. If you're talking about like that one leak that came out, that is just a leak and it's not really confirmed by anybody. But that being said, I do think that's true. Because like if I was China and I saw what the American development studios are doing, why the fuck would I want to put any money into that? It's obviously not making a lot of money, so why the hell would I do it?
We're going to go ahead and make. Oh, the players like this thing, we're going to go make that.
Yeah.
This kind of loops me back to this idea, a video that I'm planning on doing relatively soon about copycat games, where you're seeing some of these studios take premises or games that, well, you know, other studios have that they may have not done a very good job with, or they haven't handled its success very well. Overwatch being a really good example of that. I also think that Light Motrium game is probably going to be relatively...
It's going to be like Horizon, but it'll probably be good because you can actually be in a mech, and it's basically Elden Ring. And yeah, I'm going to play the fuck out of that game. I cannot wait to play that game.
Disruptive. What if, just a what if scenario, the game that, you know, Horizon's tried to come out so many times that it always ends up not doing very well, mostly because it always ends up dropping in the window of some major release right next to it or whatever it might be. I also just don't think people are really all that interested in Horizon. I don't really know why. I think the premise is really cool. Maybe it's just the character.
It's just fucking boring. I don't give a shit about it. It's like Avatar. Like, the only reason why Avatar was good when it came out is because of the CGI. The CGI was, like, next level, right? But, like, the story of it was, like, so fucking cringe, so boring. Like, like, nobody cares about that. Like, Horizon 1's alright? Nah, bro. Like, this new game, like, it's just gonna be way better.
Maybe it's PlayStation. I don't know what it is.
Alloy looks weird. Yeah, like, and the main character does look weird. Like, you don't lose anything when you make a character more attractive, but you do lose something when you make a character less attractive. Now, I don't think Alloy is, like, ugly or whatever, but they probably should have made her hotter. They absolutely should have. And I'll say that with any game, basically. Almost any game, making the female characters more attractive will be a net positive.
The players that like it, but on a broader scale, for a broader audience, the vast majority of people just aren't interested in that IP at all. But then you have this Light of Motrium. Same premise, just throw in some Elden Ring-esque fighting mechanics.
No. The boss fight they showed, I'm pretty sure every single, but it might have been one special mechanic, was straight lifted from the Fallen Star Beast in Elden Ring. Every single mechanic. It was. You go back and watch it. Now, for me, I think to myself, oh boy, 2 Elden Rings. Other people get mad about that, though.
And things like that, throw in some mounts and whatnot, and players are going to eat it up. There's something to that. We'll be talking about that soon. Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you guys did enjoy the video, like the video, subscribe to the channel, share it with your friends, share it on social media, spread my soft power and influence. Stay cool, stay righteous, and stay safe. Catch you guys in the next one.
That was a really good video.
I think that a lot of people are downplaying the existential threat that these Eastern game development studios are putting on Western game development studios. Yeah, Chinese games are going to totally blow American games out of the fucking water, and I think that AI is only going to multiply this effect. A lot of people don't understand, I don't think, the power of AI and the amount of like strength that that's going to have and how much that's going to change the ecosystem for these games. It's going to massively fucking change it. And so, yeah. And let's see, you say that, but some Saudi guy in chat's gonna set up a virtual machine. Maybe MBS is watching? Yeah, I don't know. But I just find this to be kind of funny because people can buy the game and refund within 2 hours. Please check out the Legendary Drops of Valve video. Yeah, I might at some point. Here, give the video a like, and I think that this entire topic with like these Chinese games and like the solution to a lot of the like Western weird video games like Veilguard is actually just buying other games from other places. It's not complaining to the devs and getting mad at the devs and, you know, making like, oh, I can't believe you would do this. This is so stupid. No, the real way you want to stop it, stop buying it. Stop giving them money. And if you stop giving them money, they won't exist for very long. And that's how it always happens. Why would somebody want to buy like some shitty new game? I think that Avowed is a great example of this. So like you have the demo for Mecha Break. And Amazing Season Games. This doesn't sound like an American company to me. Amazing Season Games. Let's find out where they're from. We'll go ahead and search Google for it. A developer, where are they from? Let's see. Are they? Okay, oldest gaming companies in China. There we go. Okay, so then 317,000 people playing the game. Even now, and by the way, the game received a lot of negative feedback. Even now, totally bodying Avowed. Avowed is never going to go above 19,000 players again. That was it. Today was the peak. Tomorrow, the decline begins. That seems botted. You really think that there's like not that? No, Mecha Break was really popular. People really liked Mecha Break. The first demo was great. It might peak again tomorrow. No, it won't. It's not. You think it's going to peak from a Sunday to a Monday? That never happens unless it's a brand new release, which it's not anymore. It's just not going to happen. But anyway, Monday's peak. Yeah, no, I'm telling you. Like, I mean, just if the game hits a higher player peak than this tomorrow, what's something that I can bet on it? It's a good bet. I'm not going to shave my head. Make the apology video? I don't know for what. I mean, like, maybe I could make I could set a date for finishing Cyberpunk. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm trying to think like something better than that. If it beats this peak tomorrow, I will set a date for Skyrim. It probably won't be until after Monster Hunter, but I will set a date and I will meet that date. Within like 3 days. Like, give me like a 3-day window because something crazy could happen within one of those 3 days, so I might want to push it back or forward for a day. But, you know, I will give you a 3-day window. Is that fair? It's not going to happen. It never happens.
So can I go for a walk until it's done?
No, stay here, or we're gonna be trespassing you from here, okay?
Why?
Just stay here. Just stay here. They're getting the papers. I'm not gonna babysit.
You don't have to babysit. I said I would come back in a little bit when this is done. I
Oh my God! Just
and then when they're done,
sit down. Oh my God!
Just stay here for a minute.
I don't want to do that.
This girl is the queen of unnecessary roadblocks. To clarify and reiterate, in case you forgot context, the original plan was to mail the documents to her. However, because the police are there and in order to reduce friction so they don't have to deal with her anymore, the dentist office has decided to ready the paperwork for her immediately. But instead of the suspect saying, okay, well, I'll just wait 5 minutes, she decides to overcomplicate everything by saying that she wants to go for a walk until the documents are ready, which is, of course...
I'm just saying, a woman marrying a man and them being married and having children with a woman and the man working and the woman raising the children to be good people, and then the woman growing up and, you know, becoming 20 and getting married to a man, and then they raise their children, is actually just a cure to like 99% of problems in civilization. You know, yeah, I'm not even exaggerating. You know, the most basic bitch aspects of life are just actually fucking awesome and biblical. And society, for some reason, decided no, we need to ruin that because we hate God.
pissing off the officer because she doesn't want to waste police resources by waiting for some undetermined amount of time for the suspect to come back. Like, God, this chick's behavior is annoying. It's like having to type in my credit card number every time I want to make a purchase. Just arrest her and give her a huge fine. Stop trying to accommodate her. You need to inconvenience this chick back instead of letting her control the situation.
I just wanted to leave so that way I can go and finish what I had to do today.
They're working on it.
And they're taking a long time, so I can't go for a walk because I have to go fill out an application and an interview right
Okay. You left. Okay, we saw you leave. I hung out here for another 5 minutes. You clearly were coming back. I told them you left.
I never said I wasn't coming back. I never
Oh
said
my
how
God!
I was supposed to know.
Why should everyone in society be jumping hoops to accommodate you? Like, it's crazy. Actual Marvel movie syndrome. Every single like 20-year-old woman without a dad thinks they're Captain Marvel, and you can't live in and you can't live in a society like that.
Oh, I can't read your mind.
You can't read my mind? Okay, you don't know what I'm going to do or what I have to do. I had an appointment to go to another place that's near here that I missed an appointment.
Right, now it's the officer's fault that you missed your interview because you couldn't wait for some paperwork. I mean, your pimp said it was okay to wait. Also, she's not dressed for an interview. She started this video out in a sweatshirt and yoga pants. I doubt she's about to be interviewed or going to an appointment or whatever she changed it to. Maybe the actual story is that she was supposed to go meet a client, if you know what I mean.
I'm not trying to play games. I have an appointment somewhere else that I have to be.
Okay, then do you want to come back later today for the documents?
I can come back whenever I need to come back for the paperwork and whenever the paperwork is done. That's not a problem. I don't mind coming back for the paperwork.
You had an issue with it earlier today.
No, I did not.
You did. That's why I was called here, because you had an issue with it. I'm not playing games with you.
I never had an issue coming back to pick up my paperwork, but they told me that I wasn't going to be able to get it for a while.
Now you have the customer thinking, what the hell, why is there a cop here? Let me just say that if I'm a new customer and I saw this shit going down, I would probably never come to this business again, and I would tell all my friends to not go there because I would think it's ratty. For longtime customers, it might be different, but it is very likely that she's costing this dentist office business by causing a scene. They should just arrest her at this point.
Why can't I just come back after I finish what I had to finish there, and then I can finish my and then I can come and pick up the documentation? And I can call you.
Is it ready?
2 more minutes. He's gonna change his note real quick. That's all he said. It was better if she came back.
Right. Now? Okay, so she can be trespassed? Yes. Okay, so you hear this, okay? If you leave the property and come back, you'll be arrested. If you leave right now, you cannot come back, okay?
I want my paperwork.
Okay, wait 2 minutes, and you'll have your paperwork, okay? Do you understand? If you return this property, you will be arrested.
I don't mind that. I don't care about
okay,
that. So I just want my documentation so I can take it to my new doctor. Okay. They can do what they need to do.
Oh my God, just wait for 2 minutes and shut up.
Meeting. Okay. You have to be here and
let me write down my information or whatever.
Okay, ma'am, sit down.
I'm not a dog. I'm not sitting down. I'm a dog. I'm not a dog.
Stay right there. You're not moving anywhere. You're waiting for your documents. Unless you want to leave, you're going to be trespassed and you'll be arrested your return.
I want my paperwork.
Come sit down. You're not blocking the doorway. You talking about this is
for what?
We're getting back up here in case I have to go hands-on with you. Come sit down right now.
For what? I'm asking for my documents.
Get out of the door. You're not going to be blocking the door for all these other customers.
I'm not blocking the doorway for anything. The door's open. Anyone can come in here. I'm not blocking anyone.
Come on, she's begging to be arrested. I understand trying to de-escalate when possible, but she's crossed the line like 10 different times. So now it's time to make her life hell so she doesn't think she can get away with this elsewhere.
You absolutely have to just do things. You know, we could do things. We have like a button, all right? And it's the fix everything easily button. And you can just push the button. And no one wants to push the fucking button. No one wants to push that goddamn button. It's right there. It's right there in front of you. The fix everything easily button. The everything becomes better button could just be pushed, and everything will get better. And no one wants to push the button.
Where the reason she's so confident in being a pain in the ass to police.
It's because no one has ever done anything. It's because her victim bullshit has just won every single altercation in her life, every single time.
Is because she does this to other people and they put up with it. Now, if you're afraid of standing up to this kind of person, let me just say that most of them are really weak, and they cave instantly the minute someone tells them to shut up.
All right, do you have your ID on you?
No, I do not.
All right, get off the phone.
No, I'm calling my mom.
Get off the phone.
You can't tell me I can't call my mom.
Come sit over here. All right, she's trespassed. They're getting her documents right now. Waiting. She wants to be arguing with me. I told her to sit down. She wants to call her mom and stand in the door.
Go
wait outside. All right, guys, go outside.
No, I'm not. They told me to wait 2 minutes for my paperwork. I'm waiting for my paperwork. I'm opening the doors open. Why open?
Go outside.
All right, that's all right. Why am I getting arrested? Okay. I wanted my paperwork. Why would I
Get up and go outside because you're not listening.
Okay, if you do not get up right now, you're going to jail.
I'm going outside.
Bye. W. Let's go. W.
See what I mean? Instantly caved. She's used to walking all over people, but she's not used to them.
She just expected her bitchy nagginess to survive her entire life. She just expected everything to work out, and she just bitches and nags because she's the main character in a Marvel movie. And unfortunately, every time reality wakes up, nothing radicalizes you like a little dose of reality, you know? You know, when the woman that's pro-transgender shit and then goes into the bathroom and sees the toilet seat up, and all of a sudden they're radicalized. You know, nothing radicalizes a retard like reality.
standing up for themselves, so she doesn't know how to deal with it. That's how most of these annoying people are.
This is what we call George Floyd, ladies and gentlemen.
Body cam footage has been great for exposing how these police encounters
I love body cam footage. Shout out to black people.
actually go. Really eye-opening. You can see she is clearly resisting arrest. She is very clearly resisting being grabbed.
I got one, Pep. Oh! Hey, stop!
Turn you around.
You're gonna get hurt if you don't comply. And that's by your own accord.
Resisting
Hey,
arrest.
raise your hands!
You want to get tased?
Let go of your hands!
Back now.
Hey!
Then you should have listened.
Stop resisting! You are not listening.
I can't breathe. We got another one, ladies and gentlemen.
Stop.
I can't breathe. I'm laughing so hard I can't breathe either. Let's go.
Stop.
Help.
Every person being arrested since about 2014 suddenly can't breathe.
Yep.
I mean, she's breathing so loudly that you can hear it. She's like, I can't breathe.
You can scream, you can breathe.
I
Just
can't
saying.
breathe. Now, in the past, I might have spoken differently, but in the modern day, I'm so sick of people who pull this shit that the more they cry and struggle while they're in the process of finding out, the more I enjoy the video.
That's right.
Knock it off. We're gonna bring all
The
you.
more she is publicly humiliated and suffers because of the consequences of her own actions, the less likely she's gonna do it again. I'm just saying, and hopefully everyone can see this video. Share with your friends. Let everyone see exactly what the consequences. Shouldn't have done it. To quote Asmongold, shouldn't have done it.
Good stuff now. Knock it off.
Wait, I thought you didn't have your ID.
All right, do you have your ID on you? No, I do not. All right.
I guess you did have it.
Yep.
No, I need my ID. I need my wallet.
You're gonna get everything. Calm down. You'll get everything. Calm down. This is ridiculous. Then you would have got it if you listened. Let's go.
I did listen.
Stand up and get in the
That's
car.
right.
No, I'm not getting arrested for this.
Yes, you are. Get in the
Yes, you
car.
are.
Because now you're gonna arrest for refusing to move and it's someone police officer.
Gotta be
Get in the
worse.
car.
I didn't assault a police officer.
It's gonna get worse and worse.
Man, you're gonna get pulled in if you don't get in the car. You're gonna get tased in 1 second.
I didn't assault a police officer. I need my backpack, please. I need my backpack, please. I
Get
need
in
my
the car.
backpack, please. Please.
Oh. Just gonna get worse for you. The more you're retarded.
God, what a day, what a nuisance. It's very shocking that no one got hurt. The suspect starts kicking the
You know,
door.
it's honestly insane that like we need to live in a society where this is considered acceptable by like half the population, and then they say defund the police.
Or in the glass window, though for the most part, the police have her under control. And now that the witch is contained, let's see how the dentist is doing.
I think she probably has something in her bag she doesn't want you guys to know. Is she like around the corner somewhere?
A little snitch. I think there's something in her backpack that she hid from you. Good move. Get her in as much trouble as possible. Because I think what this lady is suggesting is that the real reason that the suspect actually wanted to take a walk is so that she could ditch some drugs or do them. Honestly, it's hard not to think that this girl is a regular user of hard drugs based on her completely unhinged behavior over some paperwork.
Covered in piercings, covered in tattoos, talking to her daddy on the phone, walking around, completely angsty, doesn't want to give her address to the dentist.
That's right.
I not
Two men.
I told you we were gonna do that.
Two men on a young lady? It's just crazy to me.
Shoot him.
All right, so this is her stuff.
Hang on, I got
Yep, bitch deserved it, shouldn't have done it.
Talk to me.
Oh, yeah, that's.
Shouldn't have done it.
I don't want to keep the lady again. I don't know what I need to do for that trespassing or whatever, but.
She already knows you trespass. She called an issue, so.
Okay. Well, thank you. I apologize.
No, it's okay.
I've never in my life seen something that crazy, but I guess that's normal for you guys.
Nah, you should start voting for people that actually want to put these people in little camps. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? No, you want to just round people up and put them in a box? Yeah. Notice how society will get better really quickly.
Yeah, I only saw something this crazy one other time, and it was me fighting another girl with that.
It's always the girls.
That's an interesting perception.
Wow.
But now we finally have the paperwork.
Interesting.
Mission accomplished. Though this all could have maybe just been an email, keep it simple. Next, the police have to look through her bag, and it looks like she has some makeup brushes that she's now going to have to throw away because they put them on the floor. Great move, cops. I approve. We have some 5 gum and something that looks like a burner phone. So she's not beating the drug addict prostitute allegations.
No, can I please go my dad? Please, this is prison today. I can't do this.
Oh, I'm sure, yeah.
I don't want to go to prison. I didn't do anything to deserve it, please. I don't want to get arrested. I don't want to go back to jail. I want to go back. I don't want to go back to jail. Please don't make me go back to jail. I don't want to go. I want to go.
It's like she knew that this was a very high likelihood she was arrested before. She still acted like this. Like, some people just need to be put in a box.
Going back to jail? Now, again, you might think it's heartless for me to make fun of her frantically crying or possibly having a panic attack.
Publicly humiliating these people is the solution.
Holy shit, literally as mature as a toddler. She may think it's like heartless for me to make fun of this person because it looks like she's crying and having a panic attack or whatever, but remember, she caused all of this. She could have just been polite to the dentist, but
Why are you so shiny?
You should be making fun of these people. What are you talking about? Like, this ideology is cancer, and it needs to be expunged from society.
instead she had to disrupt their business and possibly scare their customers away. Not to mention they gave her like 20 different warnings to try and prevent her from being arrested.
Yeah.
Personally, I think it should have been like 2 or 3.
Yeah.
We need to be less tolerant of these people.
Yeah.
My empathy goes out the window.
Dude, I'm so tired of this garbage. Bro, tolerance is not a virtue. You have been mind raped by society to think tolerance is a virtue. Literally. Tolerance is not a virtue. Intolerance is a virtue. Being intolerant to evil is being virtuous. Being tolerant to the infinite hoes and rapists, that's not virtuous. But I don't even understand where this ideology came from that it's virtuous to be tolerant. Like, they pick words that they just completely utilize to their advantage. And honestly, I don't even think these words mean what they say they mean. You know, they call it Pride Month. Dog, Pride's a sin. Hello? Like, they'll pick these words. It's like, it's actually satanic. They'll take a word and they will mutilate it. They will take a word that's evil and then they will try their absolute best to contort it into something good. It's honestly insane.
For those who cause their own problems like this. Like I said, I actually enjoy watching people like this suffer. You have to be in that mindset or you'll get manipulated by their crying and fake sob stories. Now, if this were someone who was innocent, watching
I don't like watching them suffer. I just like consequences. That's what I have to say. I like the finding out stage of the fuck around, find out ideology.
Video like this would genuinely be traumatizing.
It's not her suffering that I enjoy in a vacuum. Absolutely not. Seeing a woman suffer is heartbreaking. Unless it's due to the consequences of her actions, and all of a sudden I fucking love it.
For example, watching Irina Zaruska get stabbed caused me mental health issues for weeks. But when it's someone finding out after some shit they started, I don't lose sleep at all. Weird how that works.
That's right. Bro, you cannot
Jeez, I gotta show the free ring clip again.
Demons use words.
This is my favorite clip in all of anime.
Trick humans. You can't trust a thing they say.
Trust the thing they say.
They're monsters who learn to speak. Monsters who found they could lure in humans by crying, "Help me."
I'm tired of these people playing victim to make us feel sorry for them as a way of getting out of drama that they caused. I have seen so many bad people play this game that the minute I see it, I instantly start hating the person.
You're all gonna burn.
Please help me, I'm sorry, I did nothing wrong. Please, I'm just a good person, please. Notice if she doesn't get help, you're gonna burn, you're gonna die.
Just wait. Hell's opening up soon. Have fun. And good luck. I wish you all the best. Satan will be here.
Oh, so she's literally a demon. Or she's one of those women who think she's like a witch or something who can cast spells. A lot of prostitutes are into that witch.
Did you know that the #1 growing religion in the United States of America among young women is women converting to witchcraft? That's a real thing, by the way.
Craft shit. You know, they say the devil makes work for idle hands, and basically what's going on here is that this is like a directionless person who just kind of exists and has no life purpose. So her purpose becomes annoying as many people as possible. Social media is full of these types.
Prove to me you guys are not racist and let us two sit down. Yeah. Prove that you guys are not racist and let us two sit down. All right, come on. Let's do it. Prove it. Prove you're not racist. That's one. That's one. One more. One more. Oh my God, you guys are going viral. They're going to say you're so good. Look at, where's your name? Say your name. Say it. This is good.
They're like, yeah, we're not giving you our names, go away.
Miserable.
For context, this took place in New York. I love the lack of social awareness here, where the guy doesn't get that.
New York! New York is so cooked, bro.
The only reason that they moved is because they don't want to get assaulted. Now, you might think that these surrounding people would help them if they were to get attacked, but not in New York. If they try to help, they'll get arrested, while the criminal will just walk free. Why would anyone want to live in NYC?
True.
Speaking of the miscreants of society, let's check back in with our little spellcaster. She's really been creating a ruckus in that cop car by kicking the door a bunch of times, so reminding everyone that she said she didn't want to be treated like a dog. The police have decided to transfer her into the human equivalent of a kennel van.
Isn't she lovely? Isn't she wonderful? This is cutting off my circulation and it hurts.
Listen, no more fighting, all right? Or you're gonna have more charges and you're gonna stay in jail longer.
More charges?
Because we don't like
No
you.
more fighting. Let's go.
Sorry, that's how it
You'll get out. You'll get out today if you don't fight.
You're gonna get more charges if you don't
The
get out.
faster you get there, the faster you'll get out. As soon as you get out, we're gonna put him in the front.
I love how 1 second
Come on,
ago.
tell me what you think.
Burn. You will rue the day. You will rue
All right.
the day that you will put me in prison.
I gotta find another customer, I think.
Oh, they're putting her in the kettle bag.
So it looks like she damaged that door. I hope they charge her for that instead of having my tax dollars go to replacing that panel.
Hang on. No, you gotta put him in the front, or we're gonna put him in the back. Where do you want him? Oh, stop. It's not tight. No, it's not tight. All right, hang on. All right, hang on. Okay.
Yeah. The way it says from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. There's no way. There's no way that's your tattoo, right? Okay, show me the sea. All right, never mind. I got so scared for a second.
That's why I couldn't be a cop. I'd be laughing too much.
Come on, get up in there, all right? Come on. Sit right in the corner.
Getting called in the captain's office. You can't be laughing at the people when they're crying while they're being
Who
arrested.
enjoys the reactions that people have when they find out. So that's pretty much it. It says
Hey
here that she's
Doris,
been
what's
5
up,
days in jail,
girlfriend?
not long enough, in my opinion.
Can I
Give her like
interest
2
you
weeks. She also got a
in
new
a free
$500
sample?
fine. Make it more. Well, never mind. The jail time's enough. Her mom's just gonna pay that fine for her. How do you think she turned out that way? But I cannot stress this enough. Our punishments are way too light in this country.
All
We
right.
need to be tougher on criminals and tougher on people who create problems for either no reason or out of extreme selfishness. And also, we should be very outspoken against behavior like this.
Like, I don't understand, like, if you're struggling, why don't you go to, like, a cheap buffet? And you just go to the buffet and you have, like, all you can eat stuff, and then just, like, save the food when people aren't looking.
Steal the food, is what she said. She
Hey,
said,
why don't you go to a buffet and steal?
Go to buffets and spend
Man, don't you love podcasters?
minimum amount and get all the food and just wait until no one's looking at you and, like, bring Tupperware.
Man, I'm so glad that we have people that don't believe in thou shalt not steal in our country. Aren't you? Aren't you happy that we've done this to ourselves?
And put it there, okay?
Hey, everybody.
I love how every single atheist is like, you need God to tell you things to be moral, and then they literally advocate for, like, sins. Like the 10 Commandments. Break those.
Life hack, just steal. Gee, I don't think any poor person's ever thought of that one before. I guess buffets are gonna have to close now because of changes in consumer habits. But with all this in mind, maybe some Stoic philosophy is relevant because people love to use their economic situation or social standing as an excuse for their shitty behavior. However, as far back as 2,000 years ago, some people realized that whether you're rich or poor, all people suffer, all people can have discipline or be degenerate, and all people are capable of good behavior or bad behavior. This assumption that being poor means you're moral and being rich means you're immoral is stupid. There are rich...
That's called neo-Marxism, and it is quite literally being groomed into the minds of people in every school system in America.
people who do good things and there are poor people who do bad things, and all of us can fall into the same vices no matter what our wealth or social standing is. So the measure of a person should not be how much money they have or how popular they are. The measure of a person should be their virtue, because everybody can practice good virtue, everybody can do the right thing. And the measure of a good society is about how many virtuous people are in it, which is why we need to keep all the wrongdoers in line or quarantine them to a mental hospital or an island. Outside of that, if you want to find yourself in a happy place with people who like you, there's nothing more valuable than a person who's honest, a person who doesn't have like 10 different vices, and a person who will do what they can to help others if they need it. And the way you achieve this, whether you are rich or poor, is to get your self-esteem from your good deeds and your discipline, instead of getting it from the things that you can buy. Anyway, thanks for watching. Follow me on Twitter.
That was a nice moral at the end there. You know, I find it really interesting, just like as a general rule of thumb, that people who have been inspired by biblical systems or biblical philosophy, or part of a culture that's founded on biblical ethics, just happen to be better people in general. The people that reject that just turn out to be complete immoral shitbags, just like almost all of the time. It's really funny when you start to notice these things. It's kind of wild that this book, written 3,000 years ago, kind of solves all of these issues. It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. It's almost like it was divinely inspired or something. But as a rule of thumb, that's why I think most of these people are just degenerates in general. Like most of these people that go out there and they preach all their shit and their values and whatever, and it comes from whatever the fuck you want. Oh, if you're poor, why don't you just steal? Life hack! Yeah, that's actually immoral because stealing is a sin inherently. Not just because it causes harm to other people, but it is inherently evil. And these people do not believe in inherent good and evil, and therefore I could never ever trust them to actually just not be evil. But hey, that's just my opinion. You're free to disagree. You just be wrong. That's okay. Lots of people are wrong. You'd be one of them if you disagree. That's fine. That's totally cool, actually. I love living in a society where people can have opinions that are wrong. Thanks for watching. Definitely subscribe.
are said to attract human prey by lying on the ground near forest paths and crying their little heads off, prompting passersby to be like, "Can you shut the fuck up?" But some more altruistic pedestrians may approach the infant in an attempt to rescue it. Wrong move. Your empathetic nature just cost you your life. And that's what you get for trying to be a savior. In your last conscious moments of severe torture pain, you may ask yourself, where did this Chinook even come from? While some believers in the Filipino community claim that the terrifying tyke is the offspring between a respectable young woman and a horrifying but equally respectable demon. After doing the do and slopping out the nefarious newborn, the new parents make like a tree and fuck off. This, understandably, angers the baby, who quickly develops abandonment issues while its mother brags to her friends about being dicked down by a literal demon. Thanks to multiple trauma-induced synapse connections, it has no choice but to seek vengeance on anyone unfortunate enough to come across it. Like you. So in the event that you approach an abandoned crying demon baby, be sure to quickly give it the old factory reset by jamming your finger into its soft spot. This will instantly calm the beast while simultaneously destroying all cognitive ability. Now, you can lease it out to sweatshops to make a steady side income. If you ever needed an excuse to stay away from the Arctic, the Kalapilawit might be what you're looking for. This absolute horror stems from Inuit mythology way up in the Great White North. Guaranteed to make anyone with thalassophobia's toes curl, the Kalapilawit waits just below the icy waters for a potential victim. They are described as scaly humanoid creatures with a female appearance and a unique but pungent sulfurous odor. So they're smelly fart fishwomen. According to legend, they are said to be child snatchers, preying on any unattended children wandering the Arctic beaches or playing on sea ice. So one moment you may be looking out at little Johnny Yes Papa having the time of his life as he ever so safely jumps up and down on drifting sea ice, while the next he is snatched up and dragged down into the watery depths. Once your kid is snatched, there's really not much you can do. They're doomed to reside in one of these stinky fishwoman's many robe pockets. Or at least for as long as they can hold their breath. So how can you avoid or defeat the creature? Well, for one, don't leave your young children unattended in an Arctic setting, or really any setting. Kalapilawits aren't the only monsters out there willing to snatch kids up. But if you do want to have your child create memories of playing on the ice and you're sticking nearby, there's no shame in keeping your trusty mallet on hand.
It's a dead guy laying there, alright.
Shadow people. Probably one of the most commonly spotted cryptids on this list. Heck, you may have even seen one recently, or will soon. They look like pretty much how you would think. They're just black figures with little to no discernible features, just menacing shadows of where people might be. While some may be more of a transparent, misty figure, others can appear to be blacker than black, with you being able to see them in complete darkness. These things are terrifying and are one of the most common sleep paralysis demons. Speaking of which, perhaps one of the most famous shadow people is the Hat Man, a dark, foreboding figure that stares at you while you sleep in the darkest corner of your room. He is commonly depicted with eerily soft, glowing red eyes and sporting a wide-brimmed hat. Just the sight of him alone is enough to make your blood run cold and your heart stop. Other shadow people are said to be detected out of the corner of one's eye, but vanish when trying to catch a glimpse. So actually back in the day, I had this one incident where I was absolutely shredding on Guitar Hero 3. I was trying to get through FCP Remix on Expert, and I remember that my hearing just started going out. It was like I could only hear TV static. And not only that, I actually started getting tunnel vision, so my peripherals were blacking out and the TV static was getting louder and louder. But the moment that I actually started to take notice to it and I whipped my big dumb head around, that's when everything just kind of returned back to normal. So, I don't know if that was a shadow person or if I was just extremely sleep deprived and experiencing the side effects of staring at a screen and standing for several hours, but probably the latter. Anyway, if you want to avoid any and all shadow people from popping up in your life, there's really only one solution. You're gonna always need to be in a room that's brightly lit from multiple angles to eliminate any shadows. Sure, your sanity and your electric bill's gonna take a beating, but hey, at least you won't be seeing any shadow people. The bloop. Now this one's a bit of a mystery, as the only evidence for its existence is a small clip of audio picked up from a deep-sea hydrophone far off the coast of South America in 1997. The audio is of an extremely loud, low-frequency sound from the Pacific Ocean's darkest depths. The sound was actually so loud that it could be heard from over 5,000 kilometers, or about 54,000 Statue of Liberties, away. Take a listen. Some might think that the audio is just your dad mowing the lawn again at 7 in the morning, even though the HOA has told them multiple times to have the common courtesy to start after 9. But others find the audio to be distressing and mysterious, leading to rumors and whispers of the bloop, a terrifying aquatic supergiant that has proportions way beyond what we have previously known to be possible for deep-sea creatures. Some have argued that in order to produce such low-frequency vibrations, the creature would have to be over 250 feet long, over 2.5 times the length of a blue whale, the largest known animal on Earth. So, is it a nightmare-inducing ultra-mega whale capable of casually deep-throating other whales? Or is it something a little bit more scientifically reasonable? Well, that's what a gaggle of smart fellas wanted to figure out, and through years of some pencil pushing, a lot of Greek letters, and additional audio recordings, a discovery was made. In 2005, scientists had confirmed that the bloop was audio captured from a non-tectonic cryoseism. Basically, some ice broke off of an iceberg somewhere. Well, since the bloop isn't actually a gargantuan monster and is just an iceberg, that means you can do this. Spring-heeled Jack, rarely referred to as Jumboots Jamstrang by a select few, is a humanoid cryptid that was active in Victorian England. This bouncy butthole is basically what kids thought life would be like when they begged their parents for moon shoes. The name is derived from the man-like creature's ability to perform acrobatic leaps well beyond the capabilities of any normal human, hopping up to rooftops in a single bound. Looking like a rejected British Batman, Spring-heeled Jack was first spotted in the early 1800s in London, England, and he was quite the bastard, performing all kinds of despicable deeds, such as leaping onto carriages and crashing them, or assaulting young women and ripping their shirts with his metallic claws. The most famous sighting came from a young woman in 1838 who claimed that one night a man impersonating a police officer had lured her into the street. When she shed some candlelight upon him, it revealed a grotesque face and burning red eyes. She had claimed that the man spewed white and blue flames at her and leapt towards her, cutting her neck and breast with his sharp metal claws before being scared off by the woman's sister who came to the rescue. Just 9 days later, another young woman had a similar encounter, stating that a man had spit blue fire in her face and attacked her. And before you suggest it, no, Jack the Ripper didn't surface until 50 years after these incidents, so it's highly unlikely that it was the same person. So how do you fight back against a jumpy jerk like Spring-heeled Jack? Just keep a pocket knife on you. A good slice to both Achilles tendons will do the trick. This one's a real hoot. Originating from the Andros Island of the Bahamas, the Chick Charney is a big old barn owl. This ornithic nightmare stands at 3 feet tall with creepy long legs, a large wingspan, and humanoid arms used to twist the heads of its victims.
Mr. Owl.
Since it is but a simple owl, it possesses the ability of flight and exceptional night vision, but it can also somehow manipulate probability, allowing it to bestow good luck or bad luck. Give it to me straight, Doctor. Is my wife gonna live? Probably. Wait, never mind. But it has to be said, even though it is a big dangerous bird, it's still a bird nonetheless. And what better way to get rid of a big old bird than with a big old musket? And with that, you now have what it takes to survive against some cryptids. You know, if they were real.
Hey, what's up?
History's most one-sided wars.
Alright.
There's
Yeah,
that
hang
quote
on.
about all being fair in love and war, but I don't think that someone swinging their sword at an Ordnance BL 5-inch howitzer artillery cannon would find it very fair. Well, that's pretty much what happened during the Battle of Omdurman. Now, if you're familiar with African history around the turn of the 20th century, you know that it was nothing short of a shit show. European powers were grabbing anything and everything they could get their hands on to see what natural resources could be tapped into. As for the British, one of their more tactical moves was seizing control of the Egyptian territory from the Ottoman Empire in the late 1880s. Why Egypt? Well, because Egypt has the Suez Canal, basically a super sweet shortcut connecting the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea, and thus the Indian Ocean. Guess who owned India at the time? Also the British. So instead of slogging the freshly plundered raw materials all the way around the scenic circumference of Africa, merchants could just speedrun that shit through the Suez, potentially saving months of sailing. Now, with the seizure of Egypt came a bit of a bonus, some territory to the south, known as Sudan. But it came with some baggage of its own. If Egypt were to be the crisp, clean shirt in the deal, Sudan was going to be the pants. And these pants were about to be shat. So while the British now controlled Sudan on paper, it wasn't really the case in reality. At least not yet. Throwing even more chaos into the mix were the not-so-modest Mahdists, an independent Islamic group that rose up and rebelled against their Ottoman Egyptian oppressors, establishing their own state in the Sudanese territory back when the Ottomans controlled the region just a decade earlier. They didn't give a flying flip that the British were now the technical rulers of the land. Oppressors were oppressors. As a matter of fact, they were feeling a bit big in the britches after just toppling the Ottoman control, so they were eager to start round two. The British, though, initially wanted to abandon Sudan, declaring it too much of a political and financial burden to deal with, what with all the squabbling and whatnot. They would instead leave the Mahdists to have their own land and not intervene. However, continued Mahdist aggression led to the death of one Charles Gordon, a renowned British general who was tasked with evacuating civilians from the Sudanese spit-sounding capital city of Khartoum. Mahdist soldiers slaughtered around 10,000 innocent civilians in the wake of Charles's assassination. This single act switched British opinion from indifference to vowing vengeance. Thus, in 1896, the British began the Anglo-Egyptian conquest of Sudan. This war lasted about 3 years, with British forces steamrolling the Mahdists in virtually every encounter. Well, if it's so one-sided, why did it take 3 years? Good question. This was actually by design. You see, the British were slowly advancing into Sudan, building a supply railroad behind them the whole way so as to not have supplies run dry and be caught with their pants down, an issue that had previously plagued the British in the past. The conquest culminated in the Battle of Omdurman on September 2nd, 1898. Oof, just lasting a single day, huh? Talk about foreboding. Yeah, so this battle wasn't so much of a battle as it was a full...
CNN just confirmed that the Democratic Party is collapsing. And folks, it is so bad, even their own network can't spin it anymore. Now, here's a twist nobody saw coming, and I mean nobody. It's not Republicans that are doing this to them. It's not Donald Trump. It's not Fox News. It's not a single conservative attack ad written in a back room somewhere. No, they did it to themselves with their own hands, on purpose. Gavin Newsom, the man who looks like he was manufactured in a lab to run for president, outsmarted himself so completely in California that he handed Republicans a district that he personally drew for Democrats to win. Now, this takes a special kind of talent, folks. This is next level incompetence wrapped in a perfect haircut. Graham Plattner walked into a Senate race in Maine carrying an 18-year-old Nazi tattoo and a texting scandal involving an app that teenagers use. Not metaphorically, literally. And the party looked at all of that. They saw every single red flag and they said, yeah, he's our guy. Yeah, I don't know what they're thinking either. So Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren had to call an emergency, please, dear Lord, tell us that there are no more surprises kind of meeting. Bernie Sanders, you know, the man who honeymooned in the Soviet Union, is now the voice of reason in this situation here. Let that sentence exist in your brain just for a moment, okay? And of course, AOC is out here dragging this whole operation off of a cliff with a smile on her face, while the actual Democrat voters are standing at the bottom screaming, this is not the direction we asked you to go. So Democrats just lost their own voters in their own polls on their own network. California is turning red. Maine is a dumpster fire and a hurricane. And the silence from their base, that
But I would like
silence
to buy
is
one
going
of
to be
those.
absolutely deafening come November. Stick with me, guys, because what CNN just quietly admitted on air is something every other mainstream media news outlet is working overtime to bury, to spin, and to pretend never ever happened. Well, we're pulling every single thread today, and we're not stopping until this whole sweater is gone. Now, if you're new here, welcome. I appreciate you guys being here. And do yourself the biggest favor of your week. Hit the subscribe button right now. This is the channel where the truth lives rent-free while the mainstream media is out here paying full price for the spin and still getting it wrong. Real quick, guys, before we dive in, if you or someone you love needs help figuring out this complicated Medicare and all these different options, our friends at Chapter will help you for completely free. No strings attached, no fine print, no confusion, just free Medicare guidance from people who actually know exactly what they're talking about. Call the phone number at the bottom of your screen here, 909-563-8279, or click the link in the description down below. These guys are totally helpful with the heart of a teacher. So now, here's the headline nobody in the mainstream media wants you to share. And honestly, I understand why. I mean, it's just completely embarrassing. So CNN, the same network that has spent a decade cheerleading for the Democrat Party with the enthusiasm of a golden retriever at a tennis ball factory, just dropped a pile of polling data that is just so ugly, it came with a warning label. Only 46% of Democrat voters are satisfied with their own party right now. Not even half of them. I mean, you couldn't get half the Democratic Party to agree that the Democratic Party is okay. This is a stunning achievement in completely the wrong direction. I mean, now, here's where it gets absolutely just truly special here, okay? After Joe Biden shuffled and squinted and stared into the void through the most painful presidential debate performance in the history of televised human communication, 53% of Democrats were still satisfied with the guy the very next morning. Let that land, okay? Their party today, no Biden, no debate catastrophe, no obvious slow motion disaster on prime time, is somehow less popular with its own voters than a man who forgot what sentence he was in the middle of. On live television, in front of 51 million people. CNN said it. Not Fox News, not us, CNN. Game absolutely freaking over.
Joe Biden, back in 2024, put in arguably the worst presidential debate I have ever seen. And yet 53% of Democrats were actually satisfied with Biden as the nominee. After that debate, the majority were satisfied. And yet today, a lower percentage, 46%, are actually satisfied with the party. So the Democratic Party, according to the Democratic voters, well, their pissed offness, if I could say that, has never been higher.
That is a fascinating comparison. Yeah. That really is.
It really puts it in the context just how upset Democrats are right now.
Okay, so how upset are they? How do Democrats feel about Democrats in Congress specifically?
Yeah, I feel like we're turning into Tonight Show here. Okay, how upset are they in Congress, right? So you see this 46% who are satisfied with the party, the majority who are dissatisfied with the party. Again, this 46% lower than they were satisfied with Biden as the nominee after the worst debate performance of all time. And you can just see it right here. I mean, Democrats' net approval of congressional Democrats. Look at this. In October of 2025, right, during that shutdown, that first shutdown, plus 22 points on the net approval rating. So Democrats, okay, fairly satisfied with Democrats in Congress. Today, though, look at that. That is an over 30-point drop, a decline right into the ocean right there, minus 9 points. And I will note, it has never been negative. Democrats had always had a positive net approval rating of their own party in Congress in every Congress before this one. But now what we're seeing is consistent numbers across the board where Democrats are underwater. Congressional Democrats are underwater with their own.
And if you thought that was bad, buckle up, guys, because somehow it manages to get worse. It's not just the party overall that's underwater. It is specifically the Democrats in Congress who are now in complete freefall with their own voters. Back in October 2025, less than a year ago, congressional Democrats, they had a plus 22 net approval rating among their own people. Democrats liked Democrats. Perfectly normal, perfectly healthy. This is how parties work. But today, that number has face planting all the way down to minus 9 points, guys. This is a 30-point collapse in 12 months. That is not a rough news cycle. That's not a bad quarter. This is a structural meltdown happening in broad daylight while everyone watches and nobody can look away. Now, here's the part CNN had to admit through what I imagine were very gritted teeth. Congressional Democrats have never had a negative net approval rating with their own voters. I mean, not once. Not once in any Congress ever until now. The people who donated, knocked on doors, and argued with their own relatives at Christmas dinner defending these members are now sitting at home saying, I don't even like my own team anymore. That is not a slump, that is a collapse, and CNN is the one that's holding the measuring tape. So what's causing all this? Well, what is the actual reason the Democratic Party is eating itself alive right now, like it just skipped lunch and found itself on the menu? Well, I think the answer is pretty simple. The Democratic Party is having a full-blown, no-holds-barred, absolutely spectacular identity crisis, and it's happening in public on camera for the whole entire country to watch completely free of charge. There's no paywall, there's no subscription required, there's no cable package required or needed. Just pure, unfiltered, premium grade political self-destruction available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Are there signs of that this reflects we want you to be more left or more center or more right?
Yeah, this is the big problem, which is Democrats aren't sure what direction they want their party to go. Democrats want their party to move left. 28%, not move at all. 18%, move center. 47%. This is a party divided where they're not actually giving a clear message of where they want their party to go. The one thing I will say is 61% of all voters want their party to move to the center. So if all of a sudden Democrats are actually going to move to the left, which is not what their party wants, that will actually upset the rest of the electorate. The only thing that really unites Democrats right now is they are very upset with Donald Trump. And I think the candidates who are able to actually capture that, that's the candidates who are going to advance the general election.
This is the best reality TV show on television, and nobody even had to pitch it to the network. CNN's own polling lays the fracture out so clearly that even a golden retriever could read the room. 47% of the Democratic voters, they want their own party to move toward the center. Nearly half of them, regular, everyday, normal human Democrats raising their hands and saying, hey, look, could we maybe possibly just slightly dial the crazy back to a manageable level? Please, pretty please? You see, only 28% want to go further left. 28%. So what we have here is the overwhelming majority of the Democratic base is essentially standing outside the party headquarters with a handwritten sign that says, please, stop. We're begging you. And the leadership is inside with the noise-canceling headphones on and cranking up the volume. Because here's the problem, guys. The loudest voices in the room, the AOCs, the far-left podcasters, the perpetually outraged activist mob that never has touched grass in their entire adult lives, they're dragging the entire operation toward the radical fringe, against their own wishes, against their own voters, guys, against their own polling data, against every single shred of available evidence, against basic, fundamental, entry-level common sense. Regular Democrat voters, they're not asking for a revolution. They're not lying awake at night dreaming about dismantling capitalism. They just want safe streets. They want groceries that don't require a second mortgage. They want their kids to be able to play it in a park without stepping over a needle or being approached by somebody whose entire life philosophy was apparently shaped by a Netflix documentary. And what is their party offering them instead? Open borders, defund the police, a 16 gender pronoun workshop, and a very stern lecture about why their completely reasonable concerns about public safety make them somehow a threat to democracy. There's no wonder that they're walking out. The base is begging for the center on its hands and knees. The leadership is sprinting left with its hair on fire, and the gap between those two things, it's not a messaging problem. It's not a communication gap, it is a canyon. And the Democratic Party is completely standing at the bottom of it, wondering what happened. Now, I want to talk about California, because this one here, this is so genuinely spectacular, almost comically hilarious that I had to take a breath before talking about it. California Governor Gavin Newsom, the man who clearly spends more time practicing his presidential announcement speech in the mirror than actually governing the state, had a plan, a brilliant plan, a masterclass in political engineering. His team probably had charts, probably had a whole presentation plan, probably had a really nice font congressional district lines. Lines designed from scratch, specifically engineered to box Republicans completely out and hand Democrats easy, comfortable, pre-wrapped, already labeled wins. He was going to outsmart the entire system, protect democracy, secure the future of the party, probably even name something after himself in the process. It was going to be genius, except it completely, totally, catastrophically, almost impressively backfired in his face. In one of the newly redrawn districts, a district that Newsom's team personally drew, shaped, and sculpted like a political Michelangelo, specifically to produce a Democrat winner, the top two vote getters advancing to the general election are independent and Republican. The Democrat got eliminated.
6th congressional district right now. This is one of the districts that was redrawn because Democrats thought it would be a good pickup opportunity. Kevin Kiley is the incumbent. He's an independent now, but he was a Republican, and he's definitely not a Democrat. And the first two people in this race right now, and the top two advance, are the independent and the Republican, not the Democrat. Still,
All right.
50% as a pickup.
Yeah, this race actually is causing some unexpected heartburn among Democratic strategists. And I think it is because you see the fraction of the vote because there are so many candidates, including so many Democrats that hopped into this new district that Democrats thought would be theirs to pick up.
Now, I want you to listen to that one more time. I want it to really just like settle in your soul, okay? Gavin Newsom drew the lines himself. He picked the battlefield, he engineered the outcome, he built the trap, and then his own candidate walked into it. Voters in California, they did not roll over and quietly accept the outcome that Sacramento planned for them. They got motivated. They showed up energized, organized, and completely, absolutely determined to send the most direct message they possibly could to a governor who apparently thought that they were just too distracted to notice what he was doing. They noticed, Gavin. They very much so noticed. I mean, when you spend months carefully rigging a race, drawing every line, calculating every angle, controlling every variable, and you still lose, this is not just a political defeat. This is embarrassing on a level that requires its own category. This is a cosmic, universe level, once in a generation self-own that political science professors, they're going to be using this as a cautionary tale for the next 30 years. Newsom wanted a masterclass. He got a case study filed permanently under "What on earth were you thinking?" Now, here's where it gets really interesting, because it's one thing when Republicans call Democrat candidates fake and out of touch. That's expected. That's Tuesday. But when a black Democrat strategist goes on CNN, their own network, their own guest, and says it herself, this is the political equivalent of your own doctor walking into the waiting room and saying, honestly, I wouldn't touch this one. I mean, she looked straight into the camera and told the world that the Democrat Party keeps running candidates who are cosplaying working class. I mean, her words, not mine, guys. A Democrat on CNN using the word cosplaying to describe her own party's candidates. Now, think about the image here. Candidates dressed up as regular Americans like it's Halloween, and the costume this year is a hard hat, a pickup truck, and a handshake practiced in the mirror for 45 minutes. The talking points are rehearsed, the rolled up sleeves are strategic, the folks and the kitchen table language. This was focus grouped by consultants who have never been within 3 zip codes of an actual kitchen table. And real working people can smell it from a mile away. When your own strategists are going on national television to announce that your candidates are wearing American costumes, this is not a messaging problem. That is a values problem, and it goes all the way to the top. And then, of course, there's Graham Plattner, Democrat Senate candidate in Maine. Now, set down whatever you're holding, guys, because for 18 years, this man had a Nazi concentration camp guard insignia tattooed on his chest. Not by accident, not by mistake. He knew exactly what it was. 18 years. A Holocaust survivor's descendant went on television and said what everyone was thinking.
What's up?
That the same party that spent a decade calling
Where'd
MAGA
that cop
voters
go?
Nazis for voting their conscience is now doing
There's a-
Olympic-level mental
there's 2 cops
gymnastics to defend a man with an actual Nazi tattoo on his actual chest. The gymnastics involved here would score a perfect 10 from every judge. I promise you that.
Say, my grandfather's whole family was murdered in the Sobibor concentration camp. Graham Plattner doesn't just have a Nazi tattoo. For 18 years, he had a tattoo of the concentration camp guards on his chest, and he knew what it was. He knew what it was. And to hear people compare that to anything else in the public sphere in America is insane. And it's insanely offensive. these people who are defending him called me and every other MAGA person a Nazi for 10 years because we voted for someone who we felt would improve the lives of working class Americans. And now they are lining up and defending a guy who had a Nazi tattoo, which he knew about for 18 years. It is so insane to act like anything Donald Trump did was anywhere close to having a Taunton cup on his chest for 18 years. This guy is a Nazi, and Democrats are lining up behind him because they think he can.
And the Democratic Party is still fully behind him, still cutting the checks, still making phone calls. Why? Because they think he can win. That is the entire moral framework of today's Democratic Party in one sentence. Not values, not principles, not basic decency. Can he win? Voters in Maine are watching every second of this. But wait, there's more. It doesn't stop with the tattoos because apparently one scandal felt lonely. So Graham Plattner was also caught using an app. This is one that teenagers frequent to send explicit messages to multiple women while married, while actively campaigning for the United States Senate. So let's recap, shall we? Nazi tattoo for 18 years, explicit messages on a teen app while married, while asking the voters of Maine to trust him with one of the most powerful positions in the country. Now at this point, Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren had to physically pull this man aside for an emergency. Please put your hands together. Dear Lord, tell us that there is nothing else kind of meeting. So Bernie Sanders, you know, the man who honeymooned in the Soviet Union, he's now the voice of reason and also the moral authority in this situation. So Elizabeth Warren reportedly drew a very serious distinction between marital issues and sexual assault, because apparently that bar needed to be established out loud in an actual meeting with an actual United States Senate candidate. The Democratic Party's must-win Senate candidate has a Nazi tattoo and a teen app sexting scandal, and the best their leadership could produce was a backroom meeting that basically amounted to no more surprises, we're begging you? Really? This is their closer, folks? Their big play? Their path to power? Now, here's exactly why this matters beyond one catastrophically flawed candidate in one northern state. Maine is not a nice to have for Democrats. It is the only realistic path that they have to taking back Senate control, full stop. And it is also collapsing in slow motion on live television. Prediction markets have already shifted. Republicans are now favored to hold the Senate. CNN analysts are literally using the phrase Plattner tax to describe the damage that this one man is doing to the Democrat Senate's chances nationally. Not just Maine, nationally. One candidate, one tax, everybody pays it. And then, of course, there's Susan Collins, you know, the Republican incumbent who has been underestimated by pollsters by 8 to 12 points in every single race she's ever run. Every one. I mean, she was down double digits before the Plattner disaster started unfolding. History says that lead
my boy,
is
hey, what's
already
up?
gone. Democrats needed Maine desperately to win. They knew it, and, well, they just torched themselves. Classic. Now, here's what nobody in the mainstream media wants to touch. There are millions of Americans right now, former Democrats, independents, suburban parents, working class voters of every background, who are completely and totally fine with the radical left. Done. Finished. Stick a fork in it kind of cooked. But they are not going to say it out loud. They are not announcing it at Thanksgiving dinner. They're not posting it on Facebook and dealing with the 17-day comment section fallout. They are not bringing it up at work and spending the next 6 months being quietly managed out of every group chat. Because the second that they breathe a single word of dissent, the second that they raise one hand and say, hey, maybe the radical left agenda isn't working, they get labeled. They get called a Nazi. They get called a bigot. They get called every ugly name in the book by the very same people who spent the last Tuesday holding up a sign about tolerance and inclusion. So they stay quiet. They smile, they nod, they let people assume whatever they want. And then November comes, and they walk into a voting booth completely alone. No cameras, no mob, no cancel culture with a clipboard, no consequences for honesty. Just them, a ballot, and the glorious freedom to tell the truth without a single person watching or judging them. And they vote for common sense. I mean, we saw it in 2016 when the entire political establishment laughed themselves silly at the idea of Donald Trump winning right up until the moment that he did. I mean, we saw it again in 2024, and the conditions for it right now are stronger than either of those moments combined. The silent majority doesn't hold press conferences. It doesn't trend on Twitter. It doesn't even have a podcast. It just shows up. And that showing up is going to be very loud come November. So here's where everything stands. CNN, their own network, their own anchors, their own polling is now officially on record confirming that the Democratic path in November is the worst it has been in years. Not our words, not my words, theirs. Said out loud on camera with a straight face that clearly required significant professional training to maintain. Senate control is slipping. House races are tightening in districts that Democrats assume were permanently, comfortably, safely blue. California, I know. California, the crown jewel, the home base, the promised land of Democrat politics, they're showing a measurable rightward shift that Gavin Newsom's redistricting masterclass somehow made dramatically worse. I mean, party satisfaction, it's at historic lows. Candidates from Maine to New York City are generating scandals faster than the communications team can even draft the apology statements, and the voters that the party has been counting on are quietly, politely, and very deliberately making other arrangements. Now, Republicans are not perfect. Let's be honest, okay? John Thune, he's sitting on the SAVE Act like it's a couch cushion that he's personally attached to. It's real and legitimate frustration for the conservative base. The base notices, the base remembers, and the base expects better, especially when it comes to the SAVE Act. But here's the bottom line that no amount of spin, rebranding, or emergency backroom meetings can deal with. Hell, Bernie Sanders can't change it. The Democratic Party is not collapsing because Republicans suddenly got everything right. They're collapsing because they made a deliberate choice over and over again to chase the radical fringe instead of listening to their own voter base. They chose ideology over common sense. They chose activist applause over working class reality. They chose power over principle. And every single data point landing right now from CNN's own polls, from California's own elections, from Maine's own unfolding disaster is confirming that the bill for all of those choices is coming due. This is not a political setback. This is a self-inflicted collapse built brick by brick, choice by choice, candidate by candidate, tattoo by tattoo. And come November, the voters are going to make it official. Now, folks, the data is overwhelming. The candidates are a disaster. The party is fractured from top to bottom. And the network that spent a decade carrying their water is now they're the ones that are mopping up the flood. Well, drop it in the comments right now. Do you think the Democratic Party can still actually pull itself together before November, or is this thing already over? And hey guys, if this video gave you something the nightly news never will, hit the like button on your way out. Costs nothing, takes half a second, and somewhere out there, a Democrat strategist stares at that number and feels it personally. Trust me, they hate when my videos get tons of likes. Totally worth it, isn't it? Subscribe if you haven't already, and share this video with someone who needs to see it. I'll see you on the next one.
(1962). It had been 5 years of turmoil for the five families. Public slayings and shamings, coups gone wrong. By this time, the families were led by Joe Bonanno, Tommy Lucchese, Carlo Gambino, Joe Profaci, and Vito Genovese. Genovese remained one of the most feared and powerful bosses on the commission, despite getting nabbed on a drug charge back in 1958.
Charged with off-time theft and ridiculous.
While in prison in Atlanta, Vito Genovese feared that a member of his own family, who was also serving a lengthy sentence, might be tempted to flip and turn state's evidence to betray Omerta. The member's name was Joseph Valachi.
Joe Valachi was a two-bit hood in the Genovese family, and he got arrested on a drug charge. And it wound up that he was in the same prison in Atlanta with Vito Genovese.
And at some point, he either gets tipped off or he gets the sense that he's run afoul of Genovese and he's going to be killed.
The story is that Valachi believes that Genovese had fingered him
for assassination.
He said, you know, sometimes you buy a barrel of apples, and one of these apples is touched. Not all rotten, but a little touch. He said, that has to be removed, or it'll touch the rest of the apples. Grabbed my hand and he gave me a kiss. This is a suspicious kiss. The kiss of death.
Valachi suspected that he was going
Shit.
to be set up for murder. And he suspected one guy in particular was supposed to kill him.
I made one lap. The yard is about, I say, 4 blocks long. Then I made another lap, and then I made another one, and then on my way back, I spot Joe Beck. Well, he was walking with another guy. And right away, I saw the pot, I grabbed the pipe, and I went to wake on Joe Beck. I hit him on the head with the pipe, very hard. Well, then I saw a couple of guys running towards me. They made about 2 attempts before the officer come over. See? All the way to the Associated Warden's office. He showed me a picture. I said to him, who's this? That's the guy you hit. You could imagine how I felt. I sank in a chair, you know. I told him, just lock me up.
It turned out it was a case of mistaken identity. Killed the wrong guy. The person had nothing to do with any planned hit. Commit a murder in prison, you're really going to face a lot of trouble.
And so he goes to the authorities and says, in exchange for protection and keeping myself alive, I'm willing to talk. And so the FBI takes him in, they interview him, and before long, he is before a congressional committee.
The story of Joseph Valachi's testimony today before Senator McClellan's investigating subcommittee.
Valachi is going to commit the greatest sin of a mobster, which is to break the code of omerta. Omerta is the code of silence. We do not talk to the law. We do not talk to outsiders. All of our business is private.
Convicted hoodlum whose confessions to the FBI have reportedly put a price of $100,000 on his head.
And Valachi breaks that code. Yanks the curtain back on all the secrets of what the mob is.
For more than 30 years, law enforcement and the American public had extremely limited information when it came to the mafia and how it operated. Now, for the first time, their questions would be answered.
You solemnly swear the evidence you should give before this Senate Select Committee shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
He actually disclosed that there were 5 families in New York. He put on the table that the mafia and 5 families existed, and here were their names.
Are you a member of any such organization?
Yes, I am.
What is the name?
I was.
What is the name of it? It is
Cosa Nostra in Italian.
Cosa Nostra in Italian.
Our thing and our family in English.
Our thing and our family in English. We'll come back to that later, but that is an organization, is it, that requires absolute obedience?
Yes.
And conformity to its policy as handed down by those in authority.
Yes.
Alright, I'm gonna log off for a bit, get something to eat.
Well,
Oh,
through the years,
I better save first.
First of all, I want revenge. Second of all, they've been very, very bad to the soldiers.
Alright, I'll see you guys later.
They've been thinking for themselves all through the years. As the senator put it before, what did I get out of it? What'd you get out of it? Nothing but misery.
Misery was right. And for New York's 5 families, there would be